Good evening, folks. Welcome. I'll call the meeting of March 15th, 2016 to order.
The City of San Clemente respects the many people of different faiths who reside here. The City Council historically begins its session with an invocation offered by one of the religious leaders of our community, with full appreciation of our shared belief that we are one nation under God. And while the City cannot endorse any particular religion, we respect the religious freedom and freedom of expression of all our citizens to pray as they feel led to pray. This evening's invocation will be given by David Keene, Senior Chaplain with the Orange County Fire Authority.
And son in the back there in the Boy Scout, would you come behind the chaplain, and would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance when we're finished with the prayer? Thank you. Thank you. Please remain standing, folks. Thank you.
Let's pray. Almighty God, we are so grateful to be gathered in your creation, the beauty around us, the friends around us, the community that you provided. We pray for wisdom for these leaders, for this community to have the discussions that need to be had. We do this with a gratitude for the freedoms that we do enjoy. And we also say thank you for those who sacrificed ultimately for these freedoms that we have. May we continue to keep them in our minds. May we experience your love and your hope and your peace that only you can provide. For it's in your name we pray. Amen.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please stand.
So cute. Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Donchak.
Present.
Councilmember Ham.
Here.
Mayor Potem Ward.
Here.
Mayor Baker.
Here.
First item on the agenda is presentation by San Clemente High School students McKenna Brownell and Daniel Clevitt concerning San Clemente High School campus activities.
Hello. Is this on? Yeah. Okay. Daniel could not join us today. He has rehearsal for the spring musical, so it'll just be me, and I'll try to do my best. We're here to talk about San Clemente High School in the month of March. So the first thing is that last month we talked about how our school is introducing a comedy sports high school league, and this Thursday at 7 in the Little Theater they will be having their first competition. It's a similar improv game like Whose Line Is It Anyways, if you've seen that on the TV. And it's the first match ever on campus, so it'll be really exciting. We hope to see a lot of students there, and if you're around on Thursday at 7, we hope to see you there too. Daniel is here for this Addams Family musical rehearsal. This will open April 14th to the 16th, and then again the 21st to the 23rd. We wanted to bring it up to you in this March meeting because I don't think we'll see you before it opens. So the dates and the times will be posted on the school website, sctritons.com, if you want more information on that. We have a lot of students this month that have accomplished amazing things. The first is, his name's Tyler Meisinger. I think it just kind of got cut off there. But this week he will be competing in Virginia for nationals, and he won 4th at state for wrestling. He's a senior at San Clemente High School. He's doing exceptionally well. We hope to see him really do well and represent our school and the state of California in Virginia this week. Dan's team also, like always, is competing at nationals this Saturday at the Anaheim Convention Center, and last weekend I actually went to their competition. They won state champions, and so that was exciting, and I mean, not really unexpected. They're amazing, but we're really excited to see what they could do this at nationals this week. And Connor Dunn, he is on the track team and also a cross-country runner. He's committed to Colorado Boulder, but this past weekend, which I was also at, he broke the high school San Clemente record for the 1600. He ran a 4:10 mile, which is fast. And he's also now the fastest mile boy high school boy in the state, or in the nation. So he is, he holds the record for the fastest time in the nation right now as a high school boy. And so it's amazing as a fellow runner myself to run beside someone who's like this incredible. And that goes to say with all those kids, Tyler, the dance team, Connor, they're all incredible, incredible kids. And San Clemente is truly honored to have such a strong athletic program. More athletics, we have girls lacrosse, boys lacrosse, and that's boys volleyball down there. Right now, actually, boys lacrosse is playing their biggest game of their season at home against CDM. It's at 5:30. So it's happening right now, but I wish you could go see it, but probably not. And then last week, we had our annual What If Week, which is a week that promotes themes for students like anti-bullying, environmentally conscious, and healthy lifestyle. And each day is a new theme. So like, what if we all watched what we said? What if we all listened? We had a guest speaker come and talk to us about his use of marijuana and how it's not a healthy lifestyle. And so it's a really important week for students to really see how they're not alone and maybe if some of the things that they struggle with, and that how important their words and their actions are. Lastly, not this Friday, but the Friday after that, I believe we're having our first Spring Fling dance on campus. Our theme is the jungle, and we're really excited for this dance because it's relatively cheap. It's only $5 for students to come to the dance, and they get to dress up to the theme. And we're trying everything new. We're getting a new DJ, new setup, and so a lot of kids are excited about this and the possibility it holds. And then also, I never included this on the slide, but I know that you wanted to know when the next blood drive is. And so the blood drive will also be March 25th at the high school. It's open to the community, so anyone can come, just walk up, donate blood. You have to fill out some paperwork, but yeah, you can stop on by.
What time again?
I believe it's all day, so I think the earliest it starts at, it's a Friday. So it's a Friday, so students will be donating blood too. They get called out of class, but I believe it starts at 8, and I want to say it ends around 4, but I don't think it goes much later than that. So I will make sure my activities director puts that up on the website as well. So if you just check out SC Triton's, the times will be up there for sure. Yes.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Trying out new formats.
And if someone could let the council know that by email about the dates for the play, I bet we'd all like to go.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Yes.
was going to say the same
Yeah.
thing.
Of course.
Because we used to get that last year, and we're not getting it this year.
Okay, I will
Adam's
bring that up.
family.
I bet, was it the activities director that would send the emails? You don't know. Okay, I will ask around for you for sure. Yes.
Adam's Family Values is the one this year. I believe that's it, right?
It's Adam's Family, right?
Yeah, Adam's Family, okay.
Yes.
Get that extra one in
They're
there.
taking a twist on it, I hear. It's now like a comedy musical.
What we need to know is what's Daniel's role.
I don't even know. He won't tell me.
He's
He-
not
I don't
is
know
he
why. They're
lurch?
being so secretive about this play. Yeah, so. I guess you'll have to see the play to find out.
It says the performances are April 14th, 15th, 16th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd at 7 p.m.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that right?
I think
that's
the dates are right.
The internet says it, so it's
Okay.
true. That's my
That's what we learned
policy.
in What If Week, not to believe that. Thank you very much.
Next is presentation by Principal Carter of San Clemente High School concerning the high school.
I don't try to follow the students. They're far too impressive. Mayor Baker, council members, thank you for this opportunity this evening to introduce myself to all of you. I was here in 1998, recognized by the council back then as a star teacher at Shorecliffs Middle School. So my career has taken me in quite a long journey. I've been in the Capistrano Unified School District for the past 22 years. And I've been a assistant principal. I've been a teacher at Shorecliffs in the 90s starting in 1994. And left in 2000 and went on to be a assistant principal at the middle and high school levels throughout our district. I became a principal at Don Juan Avila Middle School in Aliso Viejo. I spent 7 years there. Then I finally got an itch to move on. Don't ask me why. The middle school is beautiful, calm, easy. But I went on to the high school level. I was at Aliso Niguel High School for 4 years. And this past spring, I was asked to take on San Clemente High School. Some of you may know the story, but we won't go into detail. But to tell you the truth, it was quite an honor for me. I am a 20-year resident of San Clemente. I am a parent of a student at San Clemente High School. My wife is also a teacher in our district at Shore Cliffs. We both taught there, and she stayed for the past 21 years. So it is just an honor to be part of the staff and to really guide our school. And when I look at San Clemente High School, when you drive up, it says traditions, commitment, and excellence. And that's truly what that school stands for. And one of the things that I will continue to build on is our traditions. We have some of the strongest traditions in our entire district. San Clemente and its high school are truly one community. And so that tradition is what the kids value the most, is really our idea of one town, one team. The other piece is commitment, and we definitely have a committed staff. Our staff and our parents and our community is committed to the success of that high school, and we'll build on that. And one of the ways we build on it is bringing back our graduates, many of whom come back to teach and work at our campus. We have about well over 25 teachers on that campus that graduated from San Clemente High School in its past 50-year history. And that's what really makes it a special place. And then the other piece is excellence. And my goal is to make sure that we offer the top-notch educational program in the entire area. Not only in the Capistrano Unified School District, but in the entire area. Because for me, it means that people will come to San Clemente, people will want to live in San Clemente, they will want their kids raised here, and they'll know that they have value in the schools that we offer. And everywhere I go, I try to work as hard as I possibly can, tirelessly, to improve the instructional program. We have a strong instructional program, but it can always be stronger. And so that's kind of my wheelhouse, is instruction. So I'll be working very hard over the next several years to really improve everything we do, so that when people live in this town, they'll know that the best and number one choice is to attend San Clemente High School. That's the place to be. Not a private school, not a school, neighboring school. It is to come to their public high school, because that is where they'll get the best education. One of the great things that we have happening is, as we look at our facilities, many of you know, some of you attended there many years past, some things haven't changed, and one of it might be the facility. So we have the opportunity, we're building some new classrooms that should open in 2017, so we'll be bringing the whole campus back together. I'm really looking forward to reuniting our campus on the lower part. 24 more classrooms will give us the opportunity to bring all of the students down. The classrooms will be wrapped around the auxiliary gym. It'll be a 2-story state-of-the-art building, not a modular building, not a 2-story trailer that's been wheeled in. It'll be bricks and mortar, and it'll really give us a great opportunity to kind of reshift and reorganize the campus. And I really look forward to having all of our kids down there. Our kids are our greatest asset. As you know, you see them come up here and speak. I mean, McKenna is an incredible individual, and there's many just like her at our school. And I know we wanted to keep freshmen maybe separate at one time, and we thought maybe they needed more time to grow up. And I truly believe, coming from a comprehensive high school, that we need to bring all of our kids together, because our kids are wonderful, and they will nurture our younger kids and help them mature and grow up in an appropriate setting. So I'm looking forward to that opportunity. And then hopefully the next steps will be working in any way we can. The building that's coming in 2017 is paid for, so that is a good thing. So we know that that is coming. But the next step in our kind of vision is to build the performing arts and pool. And I think that's something that all of us would love to see in this community. Where that's coming from, we don't know. So that is the next chapter. Hopefully someday I'll be coming and talking about the future of what that'll look like, because that's those are two aspects that we're truly kind of missing on that campus, a state-of-the-art theater. You look at somebody like Daniel, who comes and speaks and shares. I mean, what a phenomenal actor. And we have tons of them. And performing, our singers and our orchestra and our band, and all of them don't have a real quality place to perform. So it's really important that we focus on how we can get it. I'll be working hard to make sure that the district knows that we need certain things. I am the school's advocate. I will operate in that format so that I can make sure that the dollars that need to come to our school to support our community and our campus and our vision are there. So I'm really excited to partner with you all as we move forward. I have had a wonderful relationships with the cities I've worked with, Laguna Niguel and Aliso Viejo, and what I truly value is a partnership with the city and the schools. We're here for the same thing, a quality environment for our families to raise their children, people to be part of a strong community. And one of the major aspects of that is a top-notch school. And that's what I'm here to offer you guys. So we'll continue to work hard. So thank you.
Principal Carter, I want to thank you very much for coming this evening, and I want to thank you very much for those comments, because you hit it right on the nose. This is one team in one town. It really is, and that's a big part of it. I'm happy to have you back, and thank you very much. And we love seeing your kids come up here for all kind of things, because they're a bunch of terrific kids, every one of them. So
Very
thank
impressive. Thank you very much.
Mr. Carter, before you take off,
Yes.
what is the plan for the upper campus now?
The upper campus is going to be athletic facilities. We're going to lose field space down below. So with our, now that we have lacrosse as a full boys and girls sport, we have our, several teams in soccer and our football and all of those going on. We're probably going to be cutting in. We're losing courts outside the auxiliary gym. So we're going to put basketball courts up there, and we'll be putting up more fields, practice space. Have hopefully 2 full fields up there for off-season sports. And hopefully we could get to the point where they're all turf down the road, so that we can use them even for games, JV games, frosh soft games, and that kind of stuff.
Great.
So that's our goal.
Thank you.
All right.
Next is a presentation of a commendation to Board President Diana Kelly in recognition of the 50th anniversary of the Cabrillo Playhouse at its Avenida Cabrillo location.
And with me is Ron Reynolds, who is our Vice President, and he is also representing the theater here tonight. Thank you so much.
Go ahead and say a couple of words. I'm going to give you this proclamation, and I'm going to say a couple of words.
Oh, good, good. 50 years ago, in March of 1966, the San Clemente Players were having their latest fundraiser before moving into the facility that they have now on Cabrillo Avenue. And they needed a place to put on the show. They had a cast of 24, and the program was called The Trial of Mary Dugan. And the city council stepped forward and said, you need the space, we have the space, and offered the city council chambers for them to put on their show 50 years ago in March. The mayor was in the cast, a council member was in the cast, and the city attorney was one of the trial attorneys in the cast. I have found a newspaper article from 1966, and I've reprinted it. So we have this available, and we have it in the back if you want to read more about it. And on the back is some more about the history of the Playhouse and what it took to get this Playhouse going. So I have copies for everyone, and there's more in the back. We take great pride in trying to keep this old building functioning properly in the city. A couple of years ago, we replaced the pipes. They were the pipes from the 30s. Now we can flush the toilets because we have new pipes. We replaced the roof. And then we had to put a hole in it because we had a beehive there that was dripping honey onto our stage. And so we had to go back and repatch the hole. We have drought-tolerant plants. We replaced the retaining wall in the front. Last year, we put in a new air conditioning and heating unit. We now have better air conditioning on the stage, air conditioning in the back for the actors. And this summer, we're replacing the carpeting in the auditorium. We're using the venue for more than the 6 plays that they used to do. A few years ago, we decided we needed to open up the building to give more people an opportunity to perform at the Cabrillo. So we have youth bands that come in and put on concerts. We have comedians that come in on special occasions. We have readers' theater. We do one-man shows. We've done Mark Twain and Teddy Roosevelt. We are doing original works. In fact, this summer, we're going to do an original show that Tom Swim has written called The Bed. It's a comedy, and the bed talks. But Tom is the president of the Art Association in San Clemente, and we're proud to have him also working on our stage. And we do children's theater. To celebrate 50 years, we're going to have the Cabrillo Cabaret on Saturday, May 14th. We're going to have food, We're going to have raffles, and the merchants on the street have been very, very generous in giving us items for the raffles that we're going to have. We'll have 6 singers, and one of those singers that we'll have performed in our Cabrillo Cabaret earlier this year. It's Dirk Rogers. And if you don't know Dirk, he's been a longtime member of San Clemente. He's the manager of a plumbing department. He's our handyman. He builds our sets. He has a fabulous voice, a fabulous singer. He'll be singing at the Cabrillo at the Cabrillo Cabaret in May. He's also agreed to sing the lead in The Man of La Mancha that will be our opening show in September. We want to give back to the community, so we are decided to roll back prices next year. We can afford to. We've had a lot of support from the community, and we are going to offer season tickets at the lowest price that we've had for many, many years. We're rolling it back to $100 for a season ticket, 6 shows. You can get 1 free, a great price. I am so proud of the board of directors. We have 15 volunteers on the board. Several of them came tonight. Ron came, and I'd like the other volunteers that came to stand up, please, so we can recognize you. They're on the board. Our actors are volunteers, the board is a volunteer, and our volunteers paint, they find props, they act, they weed, they serve wine, they sew, they do the box office, just a tremendous group of volunteers. We want to thank you for making a success in this community. It is your community theater. If you haven't been lately, I would invite you to come check us out. Thank you.
Thanks very much for coming tonight, and I'd like to give you this certificate from the city recognizing 50 years at the Cabrillo Playhouse. Let's take a photo right here. Come on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks. I'm glad you came.
Presentation by Francisco Marmoleo and Susan Reese of the Orange County Human Relations concerning Orange County Human Relations activities.
Mayor Markham, City Council members, staff, I want to thank you very much for accommodating me on your schedule, and a particular note of gratitude, expression of gratitude to City Clerk Bade and her staff for graciously, year after year, accommodating our request. I'm here to report on the work of our nonprofit organization, Orange County Human Relations, in San Clemente over the last year, and to present you with copies of our annual report, which I will pass on. Laura. Thank you very much. Central to the mission of our organization is the belief that all people have a right to live free from discrimination and violence, and so we provide programs to create safe, respectful communities. As our country reacts to terrorist violence like the mass murders in San Bernardino, we've done so with empathy and mourning for the victims. But we may also have been caught up in the anger and the fear that follows. It's more important than ever at that time to invest in relationship building among our increasingly diverse residents, to foster an understanding that can be the foundation for maintaining a sense of community in our cities rather than allowing them to descend into divisive warring factions. To that end, OC Human Relations partners with cities like San Clemente to manage the challenges by facilitating meaningful participation of all residents in the decision-making process while maintaining civility and respect and fostering healing in the community in the wake of these difficulties. Now, many of our programs are county-wide, but I'd like to briefly share the following data about some of our additional services exclusively here in the city of San Clemente. We mediated 78 cases last year, as well as 22 family mediations in the community or courts where one of the parties was a resident of the city of San Clemente. In collaboration with the San Clemente Police on hate crimes, We've documented 3 hate crimes last year, and we facilitated 1 police community reconciliation case. We've sought to build a sense of community with San Clemente residents and staff through a variety of efforts, such efforts like the Hate Crime Victim Support Network, by conducting 7 2-hour leadership development training sessions to 16 Bernice Ayer middle school parents, by providing services and outreach efforts to over 200 low-income residents in Las Palmas and Los Matos neighborhoods on issues ranging from immigration, community hazard assessment, Children's Day celebration, and other collaborations with city and local nonprofits. By participating in the formation of the Sheriff's Interfaith Advisory Council, whose aim is to foster better understanding and trust between law enforcement agencies and people in various faith communities where there has not always been, a tradition of trust established. By providing assistance with more finite and specific tasks here in San Clemente, tasks like the walking audit in Central San Clemente, the Housing Department surveys, the job interview workshops for 20 Spanish-speaking residents in the Mendocino complex, the Los Matos neighborhood cleanup. In conclusion, over the past 24 years, OC Human Relations has partnered with San Clemente and with other cities in Orange County to build understanding and positive relations among diverse residents, to bring police and diverse residents together to build safe and respectful neighborhoods, to address the tragedy of conflicts when they occur, to overcome the divisiveness that erodes our sense of community, and to sustain the infrastructure needed to assist in crisis situations when they occur. I'm sure it's clear to you as public servants, as dedicated public servants, that cities need physical infrastructure. You need the storm drains, you need the gutters, the traffic signals, the lights to improve the quality of life for your residents, and so you've invested in them. Equally important is the human relations infrastructure, like that provided by OC Human Relations, with its effective intergroup relations programs, well-trained professional staff whose goal it is and whose legacy it has been the creation of positive relationships with diverse elements of our communities. So finally, if the mayor would again accommodate me, please come down here. I'd like to make a presentation to the city on behalf of Orange County Human Relations. OC Human Relations would like to thank the city of San Clemente for its outstanding support for human relations infrastructure in last year with the Certificate of Recognition, and to thank you once again for all your support, and to say that we continue to look forward to our collaborations in the future. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Marmolea. It's always a pleasure when you come and update us every year. We look forward to it, and I want to thank you very much for your hard work on behalf of all the citizens of not just San Clemente, but Orange County.
Thank you very
sir.
much. Gracious, very gracious of you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Members of the audience who wish to address council on matters that are within jurisdiction of the City of San Clemente, but not separately listed on the agenda, may do so during the oral communications portion of the meeting. A total time limitation of 30 minutes is allocated for oral communications part 1, with each speaker being allotted 3 minutes in which to give his or her presentation. And I do have some cards.
All right, folks, if you please come up to the microphone. We'll start with Claire Messier, and then Mika Herosijo, maybe? Mika Jaros, okay? Claire Messier, are you here? Yes. Oh, okay. And then Carolyn Novotny will be next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm here just to do a very brief request to the City Council, and that would be to uphold the moratorium that was put in place. I'm not sure when, but I think it was supposed to continue until June for the sober living facilities in the city. There's one that just opened up recently within about 1,000 feet of our
Ma'am, this is on the agenda. We're going to be discussing this here
It
in
is
just
on the agenda?
about a half an hour, so
Oh.
if you could wait
I'm
until
sorry.
then. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was on the agenda, so
It's,
I'll sit back down again.
what number is that, Joanne?
Yes, it is 7B.
Okay, so we'll just sit
Okay.
down? Okay.
It's not residential, they're here for residential. We're not doing that tonight. Commercial. Could you just tell them they don't have to, it's really I could tell them.
Scott, you know what, folks, hang on one second. Scott, will you update me on this?
I wasn't sure, I couldn't hear the incorrect.
I would like you to explain to the audience that's here what the moratorium that we're talking about tonight, what the
Oh, so we
zoning
can
is.
see-
Because
to
I
make
think
sure.
they're talking about residential.
Oh,
I'd like
okay.
them to know the difference.
Thanks, Mayor. Maybe that is a good time to clarify. The city has in place 2 moratoria on issues relating to sobriety. One covers residential uses and prohibits new sober living facilities in residential zones, and that's not on the agenda tonight. What's on the agenda tonight is the moratorium about group counseling uses in commercial zones. So if someone's here to speak about residential uses, then I think they would speak now. If they want to speak about sobriety in commercial zones, that is item 7B.
And could you
okay.
just explain how long the current moratorium for residential, that there's... it's
Yeah,
still-
the
it's still in
residential
place?
one isn't before the council tonight. It's still on the books. I think it expires the first week of July, if I remember off the top. Yeah, so the residential one's still in place. If people want to talk about that, then I think they would speak now. If they want to talk about the commercial moratorium, then that is coming up later on. Thanks
All
for
right,
that.
so you're going to speak about a residential?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah. Thank you
please
for
go
the
right ahead then.
clarification. Yes, we are a residential homeowners association that is made up of all senior citizens, and I think that senior citizens sometimes are more vulnerable to wrongdoings and maybe break-ins or things like that. I think they could be sometimes targeted. Also, where this particular facility is, it's located across the street from a daycare center by a church up there on Camino Capistrano. The particular facility is on La Ventana Street, and we bump up to La Ventana on Monte Vista Street. So we have a few people that have gone around to get signatures, and I think they've been submitted to one of the homeowners on La Ventana Street. She may have submitted those yet. I don't know if she's done that already, but I'm just here to request that perhaps another location would be more suitable for a facility like this. And I understand, and we all do, that, these people do need help and they need a place to be, they need counseling, and I'm all for that. I just don't think that a senior neighborhood is a good solution to that situation.
Okay, ma'am, is this, maybe a city manager knows, is this a facility that is opened in violation of our moratorium?
Staff's been monitoring this one. I think Cecilia can answer that question a little bit more in detail.
Okay. I'm sorry, ma'am, this is Cecilia, she knows a lot about this.
Cecilia Gardo Daly, Community Development Director. The moratorium is specific to residential sober living facilities, and in our investigation of this property, we understand from the operator that it's a mental health facility, so it's not covered under the moratorium.
How do you differentiate between a mental health versus a sober living? How do we make that determination between the two?
The sober living people are there for alcohol and drug recovery treatment. Mental health, they're there for behavioral or psychological issues.
And no accessory uses, they haven't had any abuse or anything like that?
That we're not aware of.
But Cecilia, didn't they have to come to the city and ask for reasonable accommodation, even if they are mental health? Did they go through that procedure?
They did not come to us for a reasonable accommodation request.
Is that required under the moratorium?
Well, if they fell under the purview of the moratorium, but as a mental health facility, they don't.
So Scott, we may
Yeah,
have to
no, I think
add
that's,
that.
It's not an agendized item.
we'll look at this some more, and we can get back to the residents. If a mental health facility has a state license, then what we prescribe by zoning has no effect on it. And so I think we're trying to get to the bottom of this one, but I think that's the point Cecilia's making, is if it's for mental health, and they have, or sober living, and it has a state license, then our zoning doesn't apply. And so I think we're trying to get to the bottom of exactly what's going on there and what licenses have issued by the state.
Okay.
And if there's a gap, we can fill it, of course, with our sober living regulations.
All right, thanks. Mika Jaros?
My name is Mika Jaros, and I'm actually here for the same reason. I am a neighbor of Claire. I'm living in the same facility. We kind of all came for the same reason. I happen to be a physician, and drug addiction and alcohol is a mental illness. So it's kind of playing with words. If you say that they are mentally ill, well, any addiction is mentally ill. If you are addicted to drugs, if you are addicted to gambling, if you are addicted to sex or watching TV or too much exercising, eating, it's considered being obsessed, or it's even like codependency, and that's mental illness. So you kind of playing with words. We really need to find out what they really are there for.
Okay.
I'm a retired physician. And
Okay.
I'm not a psychiatrist, but I know, something about psychiatry.
Okay, thank you. Carolyn Novotny?
Hi, I'm here to speak to you on a different issue. I recently had bought a Class B motorhome so that I could continue to take my 88-year-old mother camping with me. And I was told because of the size of it that it was street legal, only to find out a month later when I received a notice on my vehicle that I had 36 hours to find a home for it. I did so. And was told that if I needed to park it back on the street, that I should call the sheriffs, and they would give me 36 hours to put it on the street, which I did. Only to find out now that I can only do that 6 times a year, and that I can only do it within a week's time period, because most people go for vacations for a week. So I am now down to being able to take my motor home out 2 more times during this year, so that I can get a permit, and I have to be gone for at least a week. So all I am asking, I understand that there are some items that have been brought forth to the city council for you to reconsider some of the rules. I understand the rules to keep our city safe, because we are a beach community, and that some people that I don't want to say homeless, but live in their motorhomes, and because of our community being, so accessible, would like to be staying here in our community. So when this information is brought forth to the city council, especially for the citizens of the community, if you would really take a good hard look at what you're asking all of us to be doing. We're all trying to abide by the rules and regulations, but a lot of them aren't really making sense, that you can only, have it out there and only be able to do it 6 times during the year. A lot of people, yes, they only use their motorhome once a year, but a lot of us do like to go out and enjoy the camping that we have here in Southern California. Thank you very much for your time.
Ma'am, if you got some ideas about how that should be changed, if you got some ideas, please send an email to the city manager and give him your thoughts on that, if you would.
I would love to, because I have
Okay.
some really great ideas that make
Okay.
perfect sense. Thank you.
We're always looking for great ideas. That's one of... Jim Bieber. And then Bob Koff. And then Joe Janis.
Can I have a slide presentation? Mayor Baker, my name is Jim Bieber. I live at 805 South Ola Vista. My lovely wife Kelly and my daughter are probably at home watching right now. Last week I spoke before the council and I asked you to please take the effort and look into changing our city to district voting as opposed to at-large voting. And to demonstrate the need for that, I developed this graphic. Next slide, please. Next slide. In a city of 19,000 or 19 square miles, we have 4 council members that live within walking distance.
Mr. Bieber, we've got something on the agenda tonight that's going to describe
This
that.
is not
Your
it.
card tells me that you're going to talk about intimidation of public
Correct.
speakers.
Correct.
This is talking about redistricting.
No, it is not. It's
which
talking
is-
about Councilman Brown's behavior at the last meeting, where he told me to stick around after the meeting several times, where he demanded that I give my home address. That's what I'm speaking about. Intimidation of public speakers by members of your council. You admonish...
I'd like to hear how intimidating I am. I'm okay with this.
Mayor Baker, you admonish the audience several times a night to please don't applaud because it intimidates speakers. And yet members of your council tear into speakers that they disagree with. Next slide, please. I was demanded that I give my home address. I was told that I should stick around several times. Stick around after the meeting, Mr. Bieber. Why don't we talk after the meeting? But the main point that he wanted to say was that I was giving out his home address and putting his wife in jeopardy. Next slide, please. I have $100 for anybody in this room or anybody watching at home that can look at this map and tell me, where's his address? What street is he on? I specifically had the graphic department of my company develop this out of a courtesy to members that this would be a general concept of where council members live. If there's some crazed criminal, good luck trying to find where you live. That was a lie. And part of it is lying, and the second part is bullying. Because after the lie, you tore into me, stick around, what's your address? You put my family at risk. We were going to have a discussion, like we were later on, about the benefits of redistricting, but it deteriorated into a bully tactic and lying. Now that we are literally on the same page, figuratively and literally, where we know what you said was a lie because I did not divulge your address, I did not put your family at risk, are you going to apologize for what you said? That's intimidation. You can admonish the public, but you're not going to admonish the members of your council. Chris Ham took off on a 6-minute tirade against me several meetings ago, where he also slandered me. He said that I was going to unleash a nuclear weapon and, quote, destroy the community. And right now he's smirking and laughing at me. There we go. So, are you going to admonish members of your council and tell them not to intimidate, bully, and lie to the public? Or are you just going to admonish the public? Mayor, it's not a theoretical question. It's a specific question. Will you admonish your council the same way you admonish the public?
Jim, if I give you Tim's address, will you pay me $100? Because I'm here today.
Okay, yeah, look at the map. Tell me what it is.
Mayor Baker,
Sure.
Mary Ann Mattingly.
Tell me the address.
Mayor Baker, I have a question for the city attorney, if I may. Just one quick question. Do I have the ability to speak out during these same public comment sessions?
Yeah, the public comment portion of the meeting is an opportunity for the public to comment, and the state law gives the council a specific ability to speak back and set the record straight or give a...
But not to interrupt speakers like you did last time.
Sure. So I have the ability also, a freedom of speech, you'd say, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Great.
Mary Ann
But not to
Mattingly.
interrupt
Mr.
speakers
Bieber.
when their time
Thank
is
you,
going
Mr.
like you did
Bieber.
last time.
Thank you,
Correct?
Mr. Bieber.
It's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Bieber. You know, it's funny because I've been on this council for 5 years and I've got a real reputation for being a bully. I mean, I really have. It's been really poisonous, you know. And it's interesting, one other item, if I may, Mayor Baker, because I do have the ability to respond. I asked you to stay around because you divulged, and the map you used, by the way, you blew it up. The first one was very clear exactly where our homes were. What's interesting about it is the reason I asked you to stay around is so that you could feel as vulnerable as I felt with my family at home and I'm in this meeting. Because you have the ability to go home after this, don't you? Well, I'm on camera the whole time, and everyone in San Clemente now knows exactly where my family and children are and where I am. So, Mr. Bieber, so let's do set the record. I asked you to stick around so that you could also feel just as vulnerable as I felt the whole meeting when my family was at home alone, and you could have that as well. The last item is I continue to thank you for showing to San Clemente what a lack of decency looks like and a sense of propriety. We do appreciate you coming out, though. Thanks, Jim.
Sorry about that, Ms. Mattingly. Please go ahead.
Hi. I wanted to shed a little light on the sober living situation on La Ventana. I don't think it's really been said how we feel. I'll start over. Hi, I'd like to speak about the situation on La Ventana with the opening of the new sober living home. We were told that you had drawn a moratorium for no new residential sober living homes, and that while they were preparing the home on La Ventana, a lot of us alerted the city to what was going on. We saw massive amounts of mattresses going in. As you well know, I hope you know, they went ahead and opened anyway under the excuse that, oh, we're a mental facility. So my question to you is, as the doctor pointed out, drug addiction and mental illness so often go hand in hand. These places advertise dual diagnosis, mental illness, drug addiction. I have to ask why you did not foresee that loophole and make it sober living / mental living homes or mental facility homes at that time. And I know this isn't a give and take, it's just for me to express myself, but, and if you would please take it under consideration to perhaps amend it in the future so that it does, because we're not going to see any respect of the moratorium. HIPAA law is going to protect these people. You can't get into their medical records. Believe me, it is sober living. They're already on the street asking people for money. They're already screaming about oh, I'm sober, and with a bunch of swear words, which I taped and gave it to you guys. They're making a laughing stock of you guys. It's like a joke. You know, why did you guys made a moratorium, and it's meaningless because they're making fools of you. And I'm asking you to do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Bob Kopp. Folks, please don't applaud even though you agree with the speaker like that. Please don't applaud, because if there are people that disagree with you, you make them uncomfortable. So please don't do that. Yes, sir, Mr. Koff.
Good evening. My name is Bob Koff. I'm the treasurer of San Clemente Village, and I just wanted to give you a little quick update tonight. San Clemente Village, when I joined the organization 10 months ago, there was 150 villages throughout the United States. And in those 10 months' time, there's another 100 in development, 60 of which are in California. And of course, San Clemente is one of those 60. So I'm proud to say that this proposal has certainly gained some speed, and I certainly support your continued support. San Clemente has joined this movement, and we are a nonprofit grassroots member organization for residents that are 55 and older. Our purpose is to support members in maintaining an active and connected independent lifestyle. Members can receive volunteer-based support with tasks and activities to remain independent in their own homes and engaged with their own community. Our phrase is neighbors helping neighbors, and if somebody can't get to the doctor, they call us, we'll get them to the doctor. That's neighbors helping neighbors. So that's one of the primary purposes of our program. The San Clemente Village will also focus on social engagement, offering events, interest groups, and educational opportunities, always based upon member interests. In addition, the core of the village is that there will be meaningful ways in which good-hearted people can make a real difference in the community. So this is real good civic engagement. So I'd like to invite all of our residents that are 55 and older to get connected and join the village. We do have a new website which you can look to, which is on the brochure that I handed out. It's www.scvillage.org. If there's any information that you'd like, you can email us at info@scvillage.org. And we also have a general phone number, which is 949-441-1348. And recently, we're now on Facebook, so we are now media compliant all over the place. Tonight, I'm spotlighting our 322 engagement event at the community center from 3 to 5, where we're inviting folks to join us that day and might be interested in volunteering or membership. We have some great speakers that are going to be joining us that evening. Beth Sandin, which is a inspirational San Clemente resident and also the founder of the South Bay Village in Torrance will also be joining us. We have refreshments and door prizes, and it should be a good time, and it's absolutely free. So thank you very much. I appreciate your continued support.
Thank you, Mr. Koff. Would you tell us again the date and time and place of that meeting?
That would be 3/22.
March 22nd.
22nd at the Community Center from 3 to 5.
Thank you very much.
Perfect.
Everybody get that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris, you got it?
No, there was a flyer that they circulated. It's a pretty nice little flyer here. I don't know if do we have a soft copy, Laura, of this one? Okay, well, maybe we get a soft copy made and we could put it during council member item. Okay, great. Thanks, boss.
Do you have an
Put some on the back
electronic file?
table if you would.
Do you have an electronic file you could send to the city? Oh, okay.
Okay, next up is Joe Giannis, and then Lucian Toma, and then Brad Malamud.
Joe Janis, 30-year-plus resident. After listening to the sober living people tonight, man, it's time to take our neighborhoods back. And I want to thank each and every one of you that are trying to help us do that. As requested, the Planning Commission is currently trying to come up with a recommendation for short-term lodging units in residential areas. They are behind schedule since it's a pretty difficult task trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. No matter what color you color this peg, it doesn't fit in. And so it is with trying to attach common sense rules to commercial lodging businesses so that they can fit into residential neighborhoods. No matter how many restrictions you place on them, on these commercial businesses, you can't get them to fit into the residential zones. The more the commissioners discuss various so-called common sense regulations that would allow STLUs to operate in our residential areas, the more confused the issue becomes. Commercial lodging units in residential areas are not compatible. Some progress is made when the commissioner actually suggests that we follow our general plan. Watch a few of the past meetings and you will see. Everything about our short-term lodging units in residential zones goes against San Clemente's vision, our general plan, and our zoning ordinances. In 2009, then Mayor, Council Member Donchek, got a pretty nice picture up here too. Still pretty nice. And anyhow, the article states, the general plan is often called the blueprint for development and conservation of a city. She also said that the California state law requires cities to adopt a general plan, and that the general plan is required to address land use, circulation, housing, conservation, open space, safety, noise, and the general needs of the city. The subject areas are known as elements, and there are 13 of them. It took approximately 5 years for this to be updated and written. Starting in 2009 and 2014, it was approved. I'm sure a lot of you guys put a lot of hard work into it, and it's a very good document. The government element of this plan establishes policies that help ensure open, fair, and informed decision-making. It guides the city staff to follow adopted policies to make their decisions, and this is taken right out of the general plan. The land use element describes the allowed types and configurations of land uses where they can be located, including residential, commercial, mixed-use, industrial, open space, recreation, and public use. Title 17 of the Municipal Code is consistent with that general plan, and it was determined to be so in December 2014, and it prohibits any use that is not listed in Table 1732. Short-term lodging units are not listed in that table and therefore prohibited use in residential properties. We have searched through the general plan elements in our municipal code. We can now find any statement that allows either the general plan or municipal code to be circumvented as long as common sense rules are applied. Can you finish reading this? Can I finish? If you direct the Planning Commission to follow the general plan in Title 17 of Municipal Code and forget about the so-called common sense rules suggested by the vacation rental industry, you will soon have a logical recommendation that is consistent with our general plan and our municipal codes and is also legal. I have spent several years...
Joe, come on. Come on. Thanks. Lucian Toma.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, citizens of San Clemente. I'm so glad to be back and really be informed of what's happening in San Clemente. I used to watch it on TV, but I don't have cable anymore, so I'm glad to be here right now. So I'm here both as a citizen of San Clemente and representing the organization I work with in San Juan Capistrano called the Ecology Center. I came to share some resources related to water conservation again, and I will be back almost every time. Hopefully I will be able to. So the Ecology Center in San Juan Capistrano, we are a small but growing eco-education organization. We have multiple programming. A lot of it is related to hands-on workshops that teach people practical small solutions that they can apply the home community and business level to live more sustainably. And we have this wonderful campaign right now we call the Water Effect. You can't see the entire slide. Hopefully you can go maybe to the third slide, please. So part of this campaign, we started by going from high school to high school and from school to bring simple solutions and teach high schoolers about the simple things they can do to save water, like very simple, go reusable instead of using a plastic water bottle, or eat less meat. That tells you that we can save 3,000 gallons a week if you can do that. We do consume about 1,800 gallons of water a day, and that comes from one of the reports that come from the state of California. So we could do simple things like that. If you could go to the next slide, please. And we work hard at the Ecology Center to make it simple for people. So both from workshops and with small resources. You want to go a little bit lower? There we go. So with small resources for people to be able to apply at home. So right now we're working with Orange County Water District, and we are processing rebates for people up front instead of them having to buy a full price rain barrel. We process the rebates so people of San Clemente, Orange County residents actually can buy these rain barrels for $30 for members and $40 for non-members. And actually looking into our database, a lot of San Clemente citizens have bought these. We just wanted to bring this resource here. Again, open to anybody. We have a lot of programming that teach simple solutions, and we do have also programming related to food, all sustainable, local, Orange County, North San Diego County, good, amazing stuff. I hope to see you there soon.
Lucian, that's a really good deal, by the way. Is that used for water storage as well? Can you put the lid on them and do that, or does that come with it?
Yes, so these are basically, we are selling these barrel with kits that you can connect to your downspout to basically collect rainwater.
That's awesome. Well, where would someone get information or find information on this?
They could go at theecologycenter.org and find this information, but it's available until March 22nd, which is World Water Day. So come get your barrel.
Great idea.
Awesome. Thanks.
Thank you, Lucian. Brad Malamud. Brad, you've got on your card that you want to talk about district elections. Is that right?
Yeah, but there's no word districting in this entire agenda tonight. So is that an item 4? Is that item 4, the district elections?
District elections is in item number 11D.
Okay, then I won't speak to it now, even though I won't be around for that, but I'd like to speak to it if you'll allow me, and it'll be quick.
Well, that's not, I mean, we don't do that,
Then
so.
I won't.
Okay.
But I would like to ask the city attorney, I'm kind of, and Bob, you know I respect you greatly, but the fact that you would tell the people in this audience they cannot clap, that's an abridgment of our First Amendment rights. It's not even appropriate. I mean, you allow clapping every time somebody's honored. People have the right to speak out and let council know how they feel about an item. It doesn't intimidate anybody. And I'm really concerned that you would stifle speech, and I would just like to make sure that the council doesn't do that anymore. I would also like to speak, and so maybe when I'm done, maybe the city attorney can do that. I know you don't mean it that way, but that's the effect it's have. Number 2, I'd like to speak to this council's multiple actions that are anti-business. And numerous things on this agenda, previous agendas, are council passing ordinances that they have admitted nobody's asked for. Nobody's objected to the conduct. The freeway sign ordinance is one. There's not a single objection to it on the record, and yet council is moving forward, backwards, I don't know, on that issue. The same thing was with, remember, Liberty Tax had the Statue of Liberty, and you outlawed it because it might proliferate. But there was no objections to it. It's time for this council to act like libertarians and Republicans, not Democrats. We don't need to pass rules just to pass rules. If there's a problem, let's solve it. But why are we wasting our time to create laws in this city that nobody has come to council to ask for? I know that certain council members don't like signs and they don't like moving structures, but that isn't the function of council. We have serious problems in this town, and dealing with things that nobody's objected to aren't among them. And if you could just answer my First Amendment question, I would be happy. And thank you very much for your service.
That is the easiest way to get applause I've ever heard in my whole life.
All right, anybody else? That's my last card. That's my last card.
We have a First Amendment question.
Yeah, I don't have a card from you, Trish.
It's the last one.
Well, please come up and speak. I don't have it, Trish.
Opinion on First Amendment rights. The council can't pass on that.
Good evening. I'm speaking to finish Joe Janis's statement. I spent a career with the fire service, and I have found that a good leader is one who leads by example. If our city leaders do not follow the provisions of our general plan and our codes and ordinances, why in the world should any citizen of San Clemente have to do so? It does take character and courage to stand up to the demands of special interest groups and threats of litigation, but how can anyone be criticized for going by our policies as set forth in our general plan and municipal codes? At the last Planning Commission meeting, home shares were mentioned. I'm not sure what the definition of home share is. If it is defined as a place where the owner lives and rents a single room out to help ends meet, that seems consistent with our general plan. But if it's a place that allows larger groups to invade our neighborhoods on a rotating basis, we will be in the same spot we are today. And on that note, I'd like to say that when you're with what they said earlier about the sober living homes and now with mental health, people find a way in with loopholes. Airbnb is a $24 billion corporation. They'll find their way in. Right now, in single-family residential areas, vacation rentals are prohibited. But once you open the door, as Santa Barbara recently found when they said no, after they looked at home shares, they said, look, it's a slippery slope. We can't open that door. They'll find their way around. And as you know, as San Clemente did, when they said they couldn't have second dwelling units in Southwest San Clemente because we don't have the infrastructure. We not going to make more streets, more parking. We don't have it. And when you open it up to these businesses, you're taking away things that people who bought there, that's why we bought our homes in that area, for the safety and the security and knowing who our neighbors are. And then the last thing I'd like to say is that when I was reading through the ordinance that you put on the internet yesterday, I noticed that there's no limit on the number of day guests at all. And the problem is that you say they can rent out to how many people at night. It's the day guests, quote unquote, that cause the problems mostly. By 3 and 4 in the morning, they're back asleep, but it's the people who have been there during the day that are causing the problems and earlier in the evening. The other thing is you don't have a definition of what a bedroom is. You need a bedroom that has a closet, that has a built-in closet, that has the walls, that has the closing door. And then another thing I would suggest is that you have a surety bond in there. Instead of saying you'll put a lien on somebody's property, when people get the permit, they put up a surety bond. That way you're assured to get your money. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else would like to speak? Very good.
Motion that we waive the reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
Motion by Doncheck, second by Brown. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passed unanimously.
Closed session report, City Attorney.
Mayor and Council, there is no reportable action taken on the items listed.
All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion, unless council, staff, or the public request removal of an item for separate discussion and action. I have not received any requests for removal.
Chris?
Are you going to do M?
I am. You can do it.
Are you guys pulling in?
Yeah. Okay. So pulled. Okay.
N. Okay, Kathy?
6A1. Motion to move the balance? I'm sorry.
I'm not done here. I want to talk about, D. I'm going to recuse on I. And I'm going to pull M. So, D, M. And I just want to say one thing about a few of these that talks about contract awards. I'm hoping that the city attorney and and all the folks on these contract awards are going to have time limits set in here as part of these contracts in the future. So we'll have some teeth and some more teeth in these.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, we're working on templates that include time limits in every contract.
Wonderful. Someone want to move the balance?
Motion to move the balance?
Second.
Motion by Ward, second by Brown. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Chris is absent?
We'll wait a minute for Chris.
Chapstick run.
Motion by Ward, second by Brown to move the balance. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, 6A1, Kathy?
Okay, 6A1 is council minutes of February 16th, and I'm talking about page 19. And that was the item on, let's see, page 19, item B, Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Master Plan Update. I think with the city council on number D, we asked for a consultant to engage the leaders of the action sports industry, and I believe Councilmember Brown asked for that also. And in the minutes, it says organized sports groups, and I just think that kind of mischaracterizes what we meant. So I would change that wording from the consultant is to engage the leaders of organized sports groups to engage the leaders of the action sports industry in San Clemente. Is that good?
Yeah. Is that what you?
Yeah, that would be accurate.
Okay. So with that, I'll move that item.
I'll second it.
All right. All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. Okay, that's 6B1. All right, 6D, is somebody, there you go, Mr. Bonnigan, thank you.
Evening.
I got a question about this, Tom. Did the city manager let you know this was
I think
coming?
you talked to our Public Works Director, but
Okay.
you can...
In reading the background on this, it seems like you were going to do the entire street. You decided because there's a recycled water line that's going to need replacing in 5 years that you didn't do part of the street, and you just did not a complete redo of that part of the street. You did a couple inches and a slurry seal and a couple other things.
Correct.
What are the plans in the future when you do replace that water line?
For the street.
Yes.
Okay, Mayor Baker and Council, Tom Bonnigan, Deputy Public Works Director. So the short answer is it depends. What we would do in every upcoming budget is we go and use a number of factors to evaluate what we will recommend a particular treatment on a street will be. So you're correct. On this one, we were originally envisioning doing an entire overlay on the street, which is typical, and your council's aware of that, and we changed that up a little bit based on the condition of the street and the fact that we're aware that this water line replacement's coming up. So in 5 years, plus or minus, when that project, the water line project happens, we'll again look at the condition of the street, and depending on the extent of the trenching and what happens with that project, we may overlay it at that time or put another slurry on depending on if we can make a good patch. So we'll evaluate it, and just like we do on a case-by-case with the other streets, and make a recommendation.
From what I recall, this project, it was done at a fraction of what we originally thought because of the depth to which we ended up going into the road. What was the
This
engineering we
project was
did?
lower by about $85,000 from our original estimate because we didn't do an asphalt overlay
Right.
on certain sections. We did the lesser cost slurry seal because the condition of the street, we feel warranted it at that time, or at this time.
So you had some value engineering that already went into the project.
Right, we made
That's-
that recommendation
Yeah.
to,
Well, we spent a lot of money on this Lucity system. Now, is this something that would go into Lucity that says in 5 years when we do this, we did this and we should do that?
short answer again, yes. So the Lucity system that Mayor Baker referred to is our asset management system that the council's aware. And so that has what we call a pavement management module, assessment module. So we feed in periodic inspection results of our entire public street network that gives us condition ratings. We use that. We use visual observations from our staff who are trained through OCTA standards to do pavement distress inspections. And we take that plus other factors in consideration. What was the last item of work we did on that street? How many years ago? What's the traffic? And all that goes into that Lucity system to help us make recommendations on what's the most appropriate rehabilitation strategy for any given street.
I like that term, pavement distress evaluation. I like that.
Yeah.
That was good. That would be a PDE then, right?
There you go.
Okay, thank you, Tom. You've answered all my questions. Anyway, you
Yeah,
got
I'm glad you pulled this item because I made a note of this and I forgot to bring it up. But this is something I'd like to commend staff on because I think this is a great opportunity. So many times in years past, we've re-slurried streets or redone streets, and then within a year, we've gone and dug it up to do some sort of maintenance project, and it was just like, why couldn't we just done that in reverse? And the fact that we're looking out for this and we're doing it now, I just want to commend staff and say thanks for doing a great job.
We
in
do
finding
and
these
try
things.
and avoid doing that kind of thing, so thank you.
You heard that more than once then, Tom? Okay.
Yeah, I hope not to hear that again.
Yeah. With that, I'll move the item.
Second.
Motion by Baker, second by Brown. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Okay, M is the, and I see our golf course manager back there.
Are you saving aye for the last item on the recusal?
Does that have to be pulled if he recuses, or is he just stating that for the record?
No, if he's recused, he just has to leave while we vote on it.
If it remains uncontested, then he can just,
Oh.
yeah, it's not pulled, he just lodges an abstention.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Golf Course Manager Gus Nelson.
Mr. Nelson, I wanted to pull this because there's some very nice complimentary information in this report, and I wanted to make sure everybody in the community heard about it. So, and everybody's watching tonight, and I want to commend you on, well, first off, the cups are too small, but that, we've had that discussion. But I want to commend you on the great job. The golf course looks great, the range, boy, it looks terrific. And the most recent job that you did on the greens is, we haven't seen that before. I've been playing golf a long time. I've not seen plug greens come back that soon on any golf course, anywhere, at any time. So whatever that new system is, I vote yes on that one.
Well, thank you. That was one of the things recommended in the report, and we went ahead and did it. And as fate would have it, we're presenting the report after the fact, post-mortem. So it could have gone the other way, but it turned out pretty well. So thank you.
It turned out awfully well. The point in here I want to bring up and commend you personally for, and this report was written by a United States Golf Association expert. This is not, this is a guy that goes around the entire southwestern United States and does for golf courses what he did for ours. He evaluates them, digs up turf, looks at things, looks at the root structure, and does a lot of, it's interesting listening to you and Mr. Gross speak about some of the things because it's a different language and nobody speaks of it, you guys. Labor efficiency, though, I want to read that. It's remarkable to note the overall good condition of the golf course and grooming level with a maintenance staff of 6 full-time employees. As a reference, most 18-hole golf courses in California are maintained with a labor force of 12 to 16 full-time employees, with some courses employing as many as 35. My experience, the maintenance staff at the San Clemente Golf Course is one of the most efficient and effective of any municipal golf course in California. Please applaud. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so how's it going down there?
It's going fine.
Okay.
Thanks, Mayor.
I have a question. When is the Bob Baker Mayor's Cup coming back to hole number 2? Because that is the only chance I'll ever have of making a hole in one.
I believe we're having another city employee tournament May 6th, Friday, and the Big Cup will make its return.
Perfect. Very exciting.
I hate to admit it, I missed a putt on that one. I did. It was, from like 20 feet. It's the easiest putt in the world. No. Believe me, with me, all things are possible.
Well, thanks, Gus, and thanks for your continued good work down there. And with that, I'll move item M.
Second.
Motion by Baker, second by Brown. All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you.
I want to deny the Big Cup because it doesn't work for me.
Okay, item N. Chris, you want to pull that?
Yeah, I was hoping that some of the Godaskas brothers were going to be here this evening to present the $10,000 to the Lifeguard Foundation, Junior Lifeguard Foundation. But I just want to say thank you to the family for putting on such a fantastic event, and it's great to know that we have people like that in our community.
We have Mr. Malak back there. Maybe
is that what you're here for?
Maybe.
Oh, okay, perfect. Well, then you could probably speak a little bit more to it than we can, being that you're essentially the recipient of this. But I just want to take the opportunity to thank the Godaskas brothers and people like him and the Friends of Beach Parks and Rec that do all these good things for our community. So.
And the Junior Guard Foundation that's recently been formed to all.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Rob Malott, Marine Safety Lieutenant. Yes, I want to extend a thank you to the Positive Vibe Foundation for their generous donation of $10,000 that went to the San Clemente Lifeguard Foundation and Junior Lifeguard Foundation. They are a class act, the best surf contest that's put on at the city beach. If you haven't had an opportunity to go down there, it's a wonderful event. They pay for, I believe, the first 100 kids registration fees, and it's a fantastic event and true supporters of marine safety. So thank you very much. I wish they were here, but on behalf of the San Clemente Lifeguards, City Council, and the city and our foundation, we want to extend our thank you to them.
Thanks, Rod. And I've been down to that contest on more than one occasion, and here oftentimes people say it's about the kids, and then it really isn't, it's about them. But in this case, it really is about the kids. The Godaskas family has done this for all those kids, and it's a tremendous event, and I want to commend them for their dedication and their service to the community. It's been nothing but great stuff. So thanks to the Godaskas family for doing what they do out there.
And since you're here, I'd like to thank you and your staff for handling that storm weekend with so much energy. That was really going an extra 200% to keep the community safe at the beachfront, and it didn't go unnoticed. So thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I'll move the item.
I'll second. Motion by Ham, second by Baker. All in favor? Aye. Passed unanimously. Thanks for the applause. Okay.
The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the City Council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. The first public hearing is to consider the adoption of a processing fee for short-term lodging unit permits and a fee for repeat nuisance service calls.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Jim Petches, City Planner. Recently, we adopted a TOT ordinance that, among other things, created a requirement to develop a fee for the new STLU permit. It also included an established repeat nuisance call fee, which applies to any any site where there are 2 or more nuisance calls which result in a citation in any 365-day period. Staff basically went through each of these fees and did an analysis based on time and cost in developing a process. And with the STLU permit, we determined it to be about a 2-hour time to do the analysis, and the total cost of the permit based on the staff that we'd be working on it is $105. With the nuisance call fee, based on basically a response and the investigation and follow-up, is about an hour's time of either a code enforcement officer or a police officer. For the code enforcement officer were to respond, the fee would be $50. For a police officer to respond, the fee is $115. So with that, that's our recommendations for the fees. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
So I think you had 2 nuisance calls in a calendar year, and after that, the fee would kick in, right? Is there an assessment for a valid call versus something that wouldn't be valid or that doesn't have merit?
It's based on a citation. So if an officer or a code enforcement officer went out to the site and found that there wasn't a actual violation, there wouldn't be a citation issue.
Right. Thank you. That's all I need.
And I just want to clarify one thing. It says 365 preceding days, not within the calendar year.
Right.
Jim, I'd like to talk to you about the fee analysis. Page 9.
Hold on.
Some of them seem low to me, like intake of the application. Are you assuming that everyone's going to have it all filled out and they're not going to stand at the corner and talk to you about how their building's different or everything about it or something? It just seems like 20 minutes is... Are you going to tell them to go back and fill it out and then come back again?
It's based on a lot of experience. I worked really closely with our business services staff and our planning staff, and this is an average time amount, and I think you're aware that the city can't charge more than the actual cost that we incur for a permit, and I think it's pretty accurate based on our experience of the time it'll take. We're relying a lot on, because at the end there's a signature block that you have to sign under penalty of perjury, that everything you've written in here is truthful. So we're relying a lot on this type of an application, which is basically an operational type of a permit to provide the applicant to provide accurate information. There is time built in to investigate it. That's part of the whole process. So I think it's accurate.
Where is that time built into investigation? Can you show me? I didn't see it here. Are you thinking about that later? Investigating?
Well, no, not in terms of investigate, like reviewing the application to make sure it's complete and everything's filled out and it all adds up, basically. It doesn't include an investigation to the site. That would be then, that would be a code enforcement issue and in a whole different, kind of realm. This is just to approve the actual application for the operation of an STLU. Now, keep in mind, too, that there's a whole nother process being, we're going through with the Planning Commission that will create a zoning aspect to this, which will be a more thorough investigation to make sure it complies with all the zoning rules that are being developed.
I have a little bit of concern on still relying on someone signing this under penalty of perjury. I understand that they're signing that, but the fact that they can tell you however many bedrooms they have and they actually have 2 or 3 more, and there's actually more people, and that an inspection's not built into this. I think we should consider that, especially setting them up, however many we end up having. I think that's a good idea. The other thing is on step 3, it says the associate planner will review the application for parking, building square footage, da-da-da. It seems like you should check for the zoning first. You should be checking for where this STLU is at and make sure it's not in an association, a gated area. It's not in a zone where it's not allowed. So why didn't we put that in? Or are you relying on the Planning Commission part of it?
There'll ultimately be 2 permit processes. This is just the operational to make sure it follows all the operational requirements that you already developed in your TOT ordinance. This permit is absolutely required for all STLUs from this point forward. But then there's a second permit that'll be required And that's still being developed, so I can't tell you exactly how it's going to end up, but right now, there's two types of permits. There's an administrative permit for STLUs that are in zones that which they will be permitted. And then there's another type of permit for a owner-occupied or a home ownership type of a permit. Anyway, through the two processes, you would get this permit plus the zoning permit in order to operate your STLU.
So you don't see any value in saying that you're going to check for zoning first?
Well, at this point, we can't check for zoning because that's not, developed yet.
Right, but I thought this wasn't going to go into effect till we actually started issuing the permits.
Now, this goes into effect right away. March,
You're right.
Or March
You're right, it did
17th.
say this is effective immediately. Okay, well, we'll talk about it, but I have some reservations about not having it be on the honor system. I think that's some of the problems that we've had
And
in
then
the
just keep
past.
in mind that we can always come back and adjust fees if we find that the time is, taking considerably longer than what we're estimating here.
Please.
Hi, Jim. I appreciate that this is revenue neutral, and I appreciate that you got it done so quickly. It might be in the resolution under Section 2, but it might be somewhere else. There's some sort of a matrix that your department has that causes fees to be reviewed and updated on a cycle, like a 3-year, 5-year, to make sure that, in fact, they are staying revenue neutral. Would that happen in the resolution under Section 2, where we would put in a sentence saying this fee would be looked at, you tell us the time interval to make sure that the revenue neutrality principle is being maintained? Because, do you remember, there was a time a few years ago where we realized some fees hadn't been looked at for like 12 years, and I thought we put policy in place, but you would know better than I in terms of how this fits into that discussion.
I don't know where in the municipal code there's a policy in place that requires a certain review, but we do have in the budget process this year, looking back or reevaluating all of our planning fees. So we do typically update the fees in anywhere between a 5 and 10 year period of time, and that's on our to-do list for next year. So as long as it's approved through the budget, we will be evaluating all the planning fees.
Okay, well then, unless there's objection here, I would like to add language that says this will be reviewed periodically to ensure that revenue neutrality is achieved, or some language like that.
Before we go there, I want to ask a question about the very essence of this thing.
Okay.
And can I
Okay, you get the
inject
idea,
that in?
right? And it may not be long here if you can assure me it would happen somewhere else.
Jim, why are we doing this with 2 permits instead of 1?
With 2 permits instead of 1?
Yeah.
Well, right now, we only have 1 permit.
Okay.
Okay.
When we get to the place where we have a second permit, are we going to roll them both into 1?
No, because 1 isn't basically is an operational permit that ensures that you comply with the TOT tax regulations, which lives in a different place than the municipal code. And the other permit is a zoning permit that assures that you follow the rules of the zoning regulations.
I'm trying to look at this from a user point of view. I went to the city today and got my permit for my short-term lodging unit. Boom, I'm on board. 6 months later, well, where's your zoning permit? What zoning permit? I've got my STLU permit.
The planning division will be reviewing these permits, and then, as this thing moves forward, I would think that it'd be very likely that we'd be processing them concurrently.
Okay.
Okay. So I don't, unless we could look at that, through the development of the new ordinance, we'll be also looking at the TOT section to make sure that they run consistently with each other. And we can investigate that with BBK to see if that's feasible. But they live in 2 different sections of the code, and they kind of accomplish 2 different separate things.
I understand that, but from the customer's point of view, 1 trip to City Hall to get 1 permit to start operating would be, I would think,
Bob, I can interject here for a second, and Mr. Petch, if I'm wrong, please interrupt me, but the way I envision it going is the faith that we have in our staff at the desk. When you come in and say, I need to operate an STLU, they're going to go, fantastic. Here are these 2 applications that you need to fill out. This is the process you need to go through, and they're going to outline that right then and there. So it wouldn't be an operation where they just hand them one, and then it gets completed, and they come back and go, oh, that's right, I forgot to give you the second one. It's going to be initiate the process at the same time. Staff's going to be up to what's going on, and they're going to make sure that happens.
Ideally, it would be a 2-part process in an integrated packet. I mean, I get what Bob is saying. It's a little odd that, you know, for the consumer coming in, it isn't really a consumer-friendly type of process where you got 2, why am I doing 2 things here when I'm just, you're a city, give me a permit to operate, right? So there has to be a way to make it more seamless for the customer, in this case, the residents.
Processes like this, like in the zoning ordinance for massage facilities, they require a conditional use permit, but then they also have to get a separate permit to make sure that they're operating within the parameters of the requirements. So we do it already.
I get that, but you're talking about people that, you know, we're talking about a whole, is this going to be a yearly permit also?
Yes.
One time or yearly?
It's a yearly permit.
Every year, okay.
Can I ask a question? No, can I ask a question real quick before she does that? Let me just ask one question. Jim, this is for calls for police officer or code enforcement. Is staff coming back to us with a resolution for fire department services, for fire calls?
Fire services doesn't usually go out on a nuisance call.
I know it's not a nuisance
They'll go out for an
call.
emergency, and this is a different type of a situation.
But
So
I thought
this
we
is-
were looking at that.
Not that I'm aware of.
You have anything to say
It
on
might
that?
be, yeah, it might be worth looking into just for, not necessarily occupancy, but we do go out on, like nuisance
Multiple.
fire calls, so if somebody has a large bonfire in their backyard, that, you know, infringing upon whatever.
But the ordinance that
barbecues
was
and
passed was
regulations.
specifically talking about nuisance calls and police and code enforcement.
We're not people that way.
I thought we were looking, I really did thought that we were looking at repeat fire calls and getting back the charges for those.
I think that's coming back under a separate issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Anything else?
Well, at this point, maybe let's hear if are there any cards from the public?
There is a part.
Okay, and then under deliberations, we can talk about it.
All right, any other questions for staff? Then Jim Bieber for fees for rental property.
Good evening. While I don't enjoy any fee increase, the other issues as far as going after bad operators and penalizing them for noise certainly makes sense and would address a lot of the concerns that residents have with people that don't manage their property well, like my wife and I do. And we've never had any complaints from our neighbors. In fact, our neighbors have consistently had their families stay there. And we've had family from all parts of San Clemente stay at our vacation rentals. So it's kind of funny, I'm speaking in favor of regulations that really aren't going to affect me at all because the fix is in. You know, I kind of came to terms with my wife when we had the come to Jesus moment where we said, you know, the council, they've stacked the deck, they've stacked the planning commission, they're going to zone us out of existence. And these homes that we have that have hosted families from 4 residents, and including residents that have to have a place to stay, aren't going to exist. So, you know, you have a point in the moment where your spouse kind of takes you aside and says, why do you keep going to these meetings? Why do you keep banging your head? The votes are in, it's over, it's done. You know, it's a hiccup in your life. It's time to move on. You know it's going to happen. You know that moment's going to happen. The vote's going to happen. And you're going to take a turn in your life. And for you, Bob, and you, Chris, I would say it's going to be about October 19th when your spouse has that same talk with you. The votes aren't going to be there. It's going to be a different change in your life. So it's kind of funny. One point about a crusading young brash councilman who brags about taking on greedy people and entrepreneurs and telling people that they can take their business model someplace else, who operate vacation rentals. It's kind of nice if you're a young man sucking up over $200,000 a year of taxpayer money for salary and benefits to kind of turn your nose up at those upstarts who want to run a business, who have to look out for their own investments, who have to provide for their own retirement. Because at 55, I'm not going to be taking home 90% of my highest earnings for that year. But, you know, it's a big community. and people make money how they do. But, you know, kind of come to terms, some things are going to change, and I'm sure everybody will have to come to terms with things changing in their lives.
Yeah, I think that may be the
Anybody
first
else?
time I've ever heard public
Was it-
safety be.
I forgot to open the public hearing. I opened the public hearing. Thank you. And anybody else want to speak about this issue? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. All right. Deliberation,
I just think
anybody?
that's the first time I've ever heard a firefighter accused of sucking up public resources. Maybe we could say the same thing to our police officers in the back there, all the public servants who serve us so valiantly. Thank you, Chris, for sucking up our public resources while you save lives. Appreciate that service.
Okay. So I will make a motion, but I want to get a sense from my colleagues about under Section 2, adding the sentence, this fee shall be reviewed at appropriate intervals to ensure that revenue neutrality is upheld, is achieved.
Or achieved.
Yeah. Are we fine with that addition?
Is that, I mean, is that necessary? Don't we review fees periodically to ensure their revenue neutrality?
I think this one's fairly new. I think it would be worth.
I'm asking.
We do review them and bring them back to the council in June as part of our fee schedule, but there's no problem with putting this in there and just holding our feet to the fire and making sure that we do it.
And I'll tell you what's different about this one, and correct me if I'm wrong, Cecilia and Jim, a lot of our other fees are not revenue neutral. When you look at the matrix, it's like they cover 40% of the cost, they cover 60% of the cost. This one is definitely revenue neutral. And I think I'm correct on that, am I not? I know we're moving toward revenue neutrality as you know, deliberately as we can. So, yeah. I'm pretty sure I'm correct on that.
Okay.
In that case, I'll make the motion that we establish a fee for STLU permits and repeat nuisance service calls, adopting resolution number 16-18 with the adjustment as noted, entitled a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, establishing a fee for short-term lodging unit permits, and also adopt resolution number 16-19, entitled a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, establishing a fee for repeat nuisance service calls. And make sure that adjustment gets on the right resolution, or does it go on both? It actually goes on the second resolution. The adjustment goes on 16-19.
And council's totally comfortable with this, this permit being just on the honor system, no inspection, no coverage for having asked, maybe ask staff to look into what it would charge to do an inspection and charge it at the time you take out this permit, and sometime during the year, we're going to verify what you said is true.
Lori, Kathy, can I comment to that?
Yes.
I think we're not closing the door on the opportunity. I think whatever planning commission comes back to us, the recommendation could include that. So I don't think by adopting this tonight, the way it's written, that we're closing the door on that option. But I'm not opposed to it either. If staff wants to comment on it, I don't know, Mr. Petras, if you felt comfortable with your earlier comments, but yeah.
Mayor, Council, maybe I can jump in.
Should we get a second before we discuss?
Is that all right?
Sure.
Second.
All right, we got the second from Brown, all right.
The ordinance that you adopted on the operating permit and the draft ordinance coming on the zoning, both allow staff to ask for whatever additional information it deems necessary. Whether there's a cost that ought to be covered here is for you to decide. But the opportunity to ask for that information, and if they feel skeptical about the bedroom count or the lay of the property or its zoning, they can ask for that additional information to be brought in. So that opportunity is in there. Whether that's covered by this cost analysis is another matter that you can concern. But if that became a sticking point or a concern with Ms. Donchek's amendment, I think, and we kept asking for that regularly, we would bring that in to true up the fee. But you'll be able to look at that when the zoning ordinance comes. Both of these are before you, and then you could tweak these if you deem that necessary, and that were a significant cost center at that time.
It actually helps your...
It does. I'm just concerned that we're being really lean here and we're not going to get all our costs paid for, because I think there's going to be more to it. I think there's been a lot of fudging over the years, so we'll just see what happens.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, in the spirit of that, do you want to ask for an update in 6 months? or 9 months, or what, pick a time frame? Just have them give us an update?
I think maybe we got to time that based on when the next component comes. It could be 2-3 months from now, that's going to be put into place, and then, maybe another 6 months after that, we could revisit both items at the same time.
All right. All right, motion by Doncheck, second by Brown. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Next is a public hearing to consider repealing an interim urgency ordinance that extended a temporary moratorium on new alcohol or other drug abuse programs in commercial zones.
Hello again, City Council. This is a recommendation by staff to adopt an urgency ordinance to repeal a moratorium that established a moratorium for established alcohol and drug abuse programs in commercial zones. Since the moratorium went into effect, staff has done a lot of investigation to look into the different nuisances that these types of uses have caused in the past. As a result, we created a new group counseling use that covers these types of establishments and limited them to a new zone, which is the CC4 zone, and the RMF1 zone, in other words, the hospital area of town. And basically, we've chose that zone to encourage the synergy between the hospital supporting uses and these types of facilities. The city adopted also additional regulations to deal with loud and unruly gatherings, and also, as we just mentioned, the repeat nuisance service call fee to address some of the problems that have occurred. Together, all these new regulations, we feel, address the nuisance issue for the commercial areas identified in the moratorium, and therefore, staff is recommending that we move for the repeal of the moratorium through the urgency ordinance. So is there any questions?
Say that last part again, Jim, where the reason behind, the reason where you're recommending we do this.
Well, the reason is because we've established specific zones where these kinds of uses can be allowed, which again is in the hospital. We're kind of terming the hospital zone, next to where the existing hospital is, and the ancillary kind of commercial uses around it. We've also adopted new regulations to deal with loud and unruly gatherings, and we also have created a nuisance, a repeat nuisance service call fee to address kind of what we call the bad apples.
Okay, thank you.
Those things combined, we feel, have addressed the issues for the reason the moratorium was first put in effect.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Petras? Any questions?
But I have a comment, if we're in discussion.
We're not.
Is this a public
but
hearing?
Well, yeah.
No cards.
No cards on this? Okay, then I'll open the public hearing. Anybody like to speak about this? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Olga Reznik. I'm owner of a house on Levintana, where currently somebody rented the house to that mental/drug treatment, whatever. And I wanted to say something to share my observation how things going with those houses in the whole South California. I mean, those companies, they've been pushed out of other cities because all the many of those cities they ruled or just put in place some restrictions on those facilities. So San Clemente was type of open to those to come, and they come in bunches. I'm a realtor. Every lease listing that I got, I have several calls from those, first thing, and they're offering more money versus regular families. For example, if like 4,000 lease, they calling asking, okay, how about 5,000? Can you rent it to those people or something? So I'm just wanted to warn people, city of San Clemente and the citizens of San Clemente that if we don't do something real soon, those facilities will multiply and it's going to be moved on and it's really, really serious problem. 2 weeks ago, there was overdose deaths in downtown, in those houses, and it's already second one in the same house. We all know about it, and you know about it, right? So they're not exactly treating people over there. They're just using the facilities to bring 10, 12, 20 people to put the beds on it, and they're charging them money, and they're making money on that big time. So that's just type a way around to accommodate all those drug abusers, and so just I wanted to point on that problem.
Thank you, ma'am. And, ma'am, would you fill out one of those blue cards in the back with your name and give it to the city clerk here? Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak on this issue? All right, seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. And Kathy, you want to make a comment here?
I do want to make a comment. It's the same as I said before on fire service fees. We're asking to drop a moratorium on the commercial areas for drug and alcohol treatment, mental illness treatment that is going on in commercial areas. But we have taken steps to try to charge for police or code enforcement to go out there. But we know we have an extra occurrence going on. We know the fire department is going out to these sites in the commercial areas a lot, almost every day, sometimes more than once a day. So I really want to add that we have a resolution coming back to us with the provision that we get reimbursed for the public safety that we are providing and treatment to these places, and really look into that. I'm not sure we should, it's not part of the original moratorium, so I don't know that we could stop tonight not approving that,
Let's
removing it.
Let's ask the city manager if there's some vehicle where we could
I'd like
do
some
that.
time to review that with the city attorney and how we would do that and how we would bring that back. But we'll talk tomorrow at staff meeting about it.
Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I know it wasn't part of the original moratorium, so I don't know if I could stop, removing it tonight, but I really want us to come back with where we're getting reimbursed for those calls.
Yeah, we'll look at that, the emergency services facet of those calls, and we'll talk about whether you would supplement your fee resolution to cover that. We can bring that back, sure.
Anybody else? Anybody else? All right, I'll entertain a motion here.
I move that we adopt urgency ordinance number 1620, entitled Emergency Ordinance of the City of San Clemente repealing ordinance number 1606, which extended temporary moratorium on the establishment and permitting of alcohol and other drug abuse programs in commercial zones to allow time for consideration of appropriate amendments to the City Municipal Code.
All right, motion by Brown, second by Ham, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Folks, we're going to take about 10 minutes here. We need a little break till about 8:05. Okay, is that all right with everybody? 8:05. very welcome, folks. We'll reconvene the city council meeting.
Next item is a report from the Community Development Director concerning the possibility of adding general plan policies regarding freeway-oriented signs and consideration of the removal of the sign exception permit provisions and modifications to the sign ordinance, including but not limited to prohibition of new or freeway-oriented signs and limitations on the size of the signs.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, Sean Nicholas, City Associate Planner. Before you this evening is a new ordinance, updated ordinance and resolution based on City Council's discussion at the previous City Council meeting, including a new section 1784-040 to address non-conforming wall signs as discussed. With that, staff does recommend the City Council adopt Attachment 1, which is the ordinance, adopting the changes to the municipal code, and then Attachment 2, the resolution for the new freeway-oriented general plan policy. With that, concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available should council have any questions.
Go ahead,
I have
Chris.
a question. Sean, walk me through here on in your summary, the first bullet, or the fifth bullet point about clarifies how non-conforming freeway-oriented pole signs can be maintained, upgraded. Give me an example of what you mean by upgraded. Or walk me through an example, if you would.
An example would be, sir, if they wanted to update the electrical internally to the sign, if there was problems that the lights weren't coming on for an internally illuminated sign, they could change out the electrical system so that way that functioned. That would be one example.
How is that different from what's currently allowed under the code?
It is actually the same.
Okay.
It's just that there's been a lot of confusion about this with sign owners, non-conforming sign owners. So by doing this, putting this out there, and by staff's outreach through this process, we've tried to just make it very clear to support and help sign owners in terms of making those improvements.
Perfect, thank you.
Sean, can you explain what we said at the last meeting where we clarified how non-conforming freeway-oriented, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong thing, how freeway visible signs were added to the sign matrix, and what process are we going into for their approval now?
For the approval, we've just added, there was always a definition, and so now we're just including that type of sign that was a definition in the municipal code into the sign matrix, and then we've required a discretionary sign permit be required for those types of signs.
So if a new business came in, they would need a discretionary sign permit for that freeway visible sign? I'm talking about an existing freeway visible sign. I thought that's what this covered.
No. So if this is for an existing sign that's freeway visible, they could continue to operate and change out their signs consistent with current code or current requirements. It has to do with new signs is when they would have to get a discretionary sign permit for freeway visible.
Okay, but just remind me, the council said that those signs can stay at if they're over 64 square feet, they can stay at that?
So that's a different, that's getting into the whole non-conforming wall sign section, the new 1784-040. So that gets into when a change of use occurs, that's when then the sign would have to be removed. But otherwise, the logo can be changed out if it's a like-for-like sign type of use. So I think we were talking a lot about Staples last time. So if Staples became Best Buy and it was, again, like-for-like retail to retail use, they could maintain that square footage. They can replace that sign and update it. If they, the concern was, why do we want to keep them, requiring them just to have the same sign? What happens if there's new aesthetics, new design components that are more aesthetically pleasing? So it allows them the opportunity to update those types of signs. So that's what we've done based on the direction from council. We've incorporated that those signs can be updated as long as there's not a change of use.
Okay. Would you define change of use?
Yes.
Just very simply.
We have a new definition that is provided to council this evening, and that's a new definition being incorporated into the municipal code. And that came out of discussions from Planning Commission. And that definition is located on page, let's see here, A8-9. And it's right there it's one of the last two of components, 25.1, change of use. Means any use that differs from the previous use of a building or land, including a change in type or intensity of use. And so that definition came out of staff reviewing the definitions of use and change of use of several of our surrounding communities, and trying to create a definition that was nebulous enough to fit a very wide range, but something that we felt that we could evaluate as objectively as possible as staff to apply evenly across the board to all businesses.
Okay.
Does this definition only apply to the signage ordinance here, or is this being applied across a broader array of ordinances? Change of use and use. I mean, this is a legal definition. I'm just wondering if this is the only ordinance that is going to use these definitions.
It is being located right above it. The following new definitions are added under the sign, so it's under the signs portion.
It's under the signs
It has
portion.
to do with signs.
And help me understand what would be a, I mean, there's a series of keys, especially in the, oh, sorry, oh, yeah. I'm looking at my notes. So there's a series of scenarios that come to mind. You say change of use means any use that differs from the previous use of building or land, including change on type or intensity of use. Give me some scenarios where that would occur.
Well, I think the one that we most commonly deal with lately has to do with a change of use associated when a gas station wants to go convert from a having work base, construction base, into a convenience store, and so that's seen as a change of use, and also a change in intensity of the use. Obviously, again, we look at a change of use would be another example is a retail store going to a restaurant, and I think that was an example we talked a lot about in the Ocean View Plaza where the Trader Joe's was. We talked a lot about those signs and changing out that. I think we talked about the habit. If the habit were to become some kind of retail or clothing shop, obviously then the intent is not to allow them the habit sign to continue on that sign advertising, that non-conforming wall sign advertising that space would have to come down with that change of use. So again, we've tried to look at it to create something that covered a very wide range of types of changes and uses in the community associated with signs, and something that staff could evaluate. And then there are provisions obviously in the code if someone obviously disagrees with obviously the direction in which city staff goes. There's provisions for to elevate it to a higher level if necessary. But I believe in most situations where a lot of these change of use may occur, may also require discretionary permits, so may also be, going through a public hearing anyway. So I'm sure there will be, further discussion from there.
And the other question that surfaced in chatting about this is the concept of intensity of use, because that can go both ways, right? So you could have an intensification of use, an expansion, or you could have a diminution of intensity, a lesser intensity. In that case, it would both be changes in intensity of use. Would they be subject to the same forfeiture in that case? I mean, I'm putting in a box here. I'm thinking through theoretically when I'm looking at all the outcomes. A change in use or a change in intensity of use could mean it could go both ways.
No, and I understand exactly what you're saying, and I think that staff has tried to, by intensity, try to evaluate it. Again, try to create a definition that could be as objectively applied as possible. And I think there's a number of ways in which intensities can be measured, whether it's if a use requires more parking, or I guess in your example too, potentially could require less parking, or takes up more space or less space. I would say, I think in most situations that we see issues associated with this growing intensity, I haven't seen many situations in the community in my 9.5 years here that we've had a decrease in intensity. So I don't think that happens as much. But I think that the intensity use in terms of being able to evaluate it, I think that there are provisions and ways to objectively evaluate how intensity has grown or changed over time.
So speaking specifically to pole signs, which is one of the ones, what is the ordinance as it reads right now in terms of that non-conforming structure, and what trigger is it that means that you would forfeit or that you'd have to take it down? What's the trigger now? It's a change of use, right?
Yes, sir.
Is it a change of the permitted use or just a change of use?
Change of use, sir.
And that's open to staff interpretation, or what's the...
It's been applied whenever, in the situation that you're discussing, and
Right.
it's been applied associated with whenever a service station, a gas station, that has wanted to change from their existing automotive repair bays and go to a convenience store use with that change of use and increase in intensity, because it, in that case, actually does require additional parking to establish that type of use, and through the process, it has been required those pole signs to be removed.
Okay. And so from the previous ordinance that we had regarding pole signs, is intensity of use the addition then? Would that be an accurate state? You have it including a change in type or intensity of use? Not just a change, so you're defining a change in type or intensity of use. Before it just said change of use.
I would say, sir, that this is to provide just as much clarity as possible on the issue, but as people have asked me, I would say that this is really not a change in terms of how
It's been interpreted?
Has been done for the
Okay.
last 30 years, sir.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay, I've got some comment cards here. City Attorney, refresh us on what the procedure is.
Yeah, thanks. Mayor and Council, the hearing on this item was closed as the council took it back for deliberations and closure last meeting. Yet, state law allows you to comment on everything on the agenda. So these comments can be considered under that state law, but the council has to use as the basis for its decision only evidence presented at the hearing. So people can understand that they get a chance to talk and raise whatever concerns they might. But if there are issues that weren't raised at the hearing previously, the council can't consider that unless it renotices and reopens the hearing.
Okay, everybody get that? All right, everybody get that? All right, so if you'd like to speak on this, I've got some cards, and please come and speak. Mr. Gregory Weiler, then Kevin Danke, then Patty Eastwood.
Mayor Baker, honorable council members, I delivered a letter earlier today. Did that get distributed? I have copies.
It's on the dais, I believe.
Okay. I'm going to make a couple remarks on the proposed ordinance, but really I'm here to be conciliatory and suggest a little solution as it applies to Eddie Gessamy. Greg Weiler, 1900 Main Street, Irvine, California. I'm not going to restate the opposition we had, just generally the ordinance, and I think it's a good idea, and obviously the statutory and constitutional problems that were restated at the last hearing, we restate those. But that being said, on behalf of the Valero gas station, it's a uniquely situated business that has a pending conditional use permit. It's approved in an amendment application that's already pending. The strict application of your ordinance as proposed could affect that, will affect that, and could lead to a dispute, which we want to avoid. So what I provided for you tonight is a proposed fix that I think would only apply to our situation, and it says that any business that's been in effect for 15 years and has a pending application for an amendment to an existing conditional use permit would not be subject to the strict application of the ordinance, the change of use section that was added, and also the strict prohibition of any freeway-oriented sign. So with respect to the Valero station, the staff could process our amendment application and wouldn't be barred as they would be if you adopted the ordinance without that phrase that I suggested that I've provided to the city attorney. So we're trying to be conciliatory. I think that change wouldn't open up any other issues as far as your sign ordinance, and it would prevent a big dispute with respect to our client's property. I think it meets fundamental fairness also. He's been a business owner for a long time. We've been working closely with the staff. I've got to compliment the staff. They have been very cooperative with us as we process and try to solve this problem of this one business that seems to be uniquely impacted. So with that, my only other comment on the ordinance is that I perused in the last 2 weeks the entire record before the Planning Commission and the Council, and the general plan amendment says that the whole basis of the change of prohibiting freeway-oriented signs is public safety, the safety of drivers driving up and down the freeway. I saw no facts in the record whatsoever that there's any public safety issue, not one accident that was attributed to a fact in the record that would support the ordinance. So I'm not sure what the drive is, but in any event, I don't want to harp on that, but I would ask for your kind consideration of a proposed amendment to the ordinance as submitted to you by your staff. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Kevin Danke? then Patty Eastwood, then Brad Malamud.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and distinguished council members. My name's Kevin Danke. I think many of you might know me. I'm a resident of San Clemente and a owner of property in North Beach. As many of you may recall, I was actually one of the people to spearhead a grassroots effort to oppose the Outlet Mall's attempt to erect 32 freeway-oriented signs several years ago. I find myself in a precarious position now of actually opposing something now where you're trying to eliminate freeway-oriented signs, and that's because actually the way that this is being approached. And you have my comments. I'm going to try to go further because I only have 3 minutes. Let me tell you, what does this proposal that you have now do in a nutshell? First, this proposal, present ordinance that you have in front of you, will prohibit all freeway-oriented signs, not just the tall pole signs that you prohibited in the past. Now, you may know this or you may not know this. With these modifications, the city is now apparently targeting several long-standing businesses in the city, including Staples and many other businesses who have never previously been the subject of the city's distaste for freeway-near signage. So you have a whole new category of people who are going to be upset with what you're proposing here today. Second, the city will determine which of these businesses has a freeway-oriented sign in its own discretion, based on whether the sign's primary purpose is to attract people from the freeway. This will be on a case-by-case basis and will be very arbitrary. Third, for those existing building or wall signs, not pole signs, the existing building or wall signs that are deemed to be freeway-oriented, those businesses will not be able to do anything with their business that causes a change in intensity. City staff talked about intensity. That is a very vague term that is subject to interpretation by city staff, nobody else. They will be subject to having to remove their signs if there's a change in intensity of their existing use or if they actually change a real use. Fourth, the city is prohibiting the erection of any new freeway-oriented signs. You guys know that. This once again will also prohibit any freeway-oriented signs that would otherwise be on the signs of buildings. Now finally, and very important, in addition to these freeway signage prohibitions, the proposed ordinance now takes away any options for the city to give the business an exception to this prohibition. To make an exception, even as a means to settle a lawsuit with an existing pole sign owner, would probably require a 6 to 12-month process and may require amending the city's special plan each time the city wants to make an exception. That's what you've done by getting rid of the exception permit process. You cannot give an exception even to settle a lawsuit. Now, I am very concerned that by adding a new class of businesses to the city's freeway-oriented signs and by attempting to sidestep the long-standing protections of 5499, that you are actually going to have several businesses now that are going to be filing inverse condemnation lawsuits because of what you have done to the value of their business. It's very serious.
Patty Eastwood, Brad Malamud, then Gregory Briggs.
Good evening. I'm a 25-year resident of San Clemente, and I frequently drive on long trips between San Clemente and Las Vegas, Utah, and to mention a few places. And as a woman driving alone, I rely on signs that I can see from the freeway in case I need gas or I'm experiencing an emergency. And it would be a disservice to travelers, especially on the I-5, driving north on that long stretch between Oceanside and here. Women with children, elderly, it's a long stretch with no services traveling there, so a sign that they're experiencing an emergency, a Valero sign, a gas station that they can go. And I've always had exceptional service from the staff at Valero gas station, and allowing travelers to see the sign and stop at Valero gas station is an opportunity for the city. Travelers who stop will have a pleasant, if not convenient, experience and will attribute it to the city of San Clemente. So Valero gas station should be allowed to go forward with their renovations without having to remove the sign, which is also a safety feature to travelers. Thank you.
Brad Malamud, Gregory Briggs, and Scott Williams.
First, on Scott Smith's ruling tonight, since the language changed, if Scott's going to allow you to vote without considering what's said tonight, I will take the legal position, I'm sure other lawyers will too, that the vote's illegal tonight because you're not considering public comment. You guys can take that up in the lawsuits that are going to be filed, and they will be under this ordinance. You've decided to make a class of free-wearing signs that can't have signs, even though every one of those signs is legal anywhere else in the city of San Clemente. It's tantamount to spot zoning. It's illegal. It's arbitrary, capricious. There hasn't been one study by this council, by the city, on the income effect to the citizens of San Clemente, the loss of sales tax, the actual safety issue that you claim. There hasn't been any study of any of those things. The decision tonight is totally arbitrary, totally capricious, and again, as I said earlier tonight, it sounds like Democrats. You guys scare me. Not as people, you're well-intentioned, but we don't need these laws. We just don't. There is not a single complaint that I've heard on the record in like 8 of these hearings that we shouldn't have free-wearing signs. Why do we want to drive revenue out of the city of San Clemente? It befuddles me when you're trying to balance budgets and you're turning down revenue. I think these businesses that have come here tonight are trying to just make a living, and you want to put them out of business. It's not even neighborly. I finally, because I don't have a lot more to say, and since you're not listening anyway, I'm just concerned why this council would take an action tonight with change language and then tell this city that we're not going to listen to your comments. We'll sit here quietly listen, but we're not going to even consider those comments. I don't even know how that's even possible. It strikes me as being anti-democratic. Thank you so much.
Gregory Briggs, Scott Williams, Eddie Gassemi.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Greg Briggs with Thrifty Oil Company. Here tonight to once again let you know that we oppose these amendments. It's like a noose around our neck. It just keeps getting tighter and tighter and tighter. These amendments are flawed. They don't allow for any flexibility. I've been to 6 public hearings. I haven't heard anybody in the community in favor of the amendments. Not sure where it's coming from, but we ask that you do not approve these amendments tonight and go back and think about it, please.
Scott Williams, Eddie Gassemi, Jack Miller.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Chairman. I have heard several comments about people using cell phones and how they will replace signs. The first time I heard it was one of the planning commissioners was telling about he and his buddy were going to meet in San Clemente. His buddy hadn't been here before, but he found it through his cell phone and found Starbucks. But I've also heard that people that commute on the freeway, just like this lady before me spoke, she doesn't want to use her cell phone on the freeway, traveling at high speeds. And you know what? That's exactly what the National Highway Safety and Transportation Board says. The biggest increase in traffic incidents, with about 3,400 deaths last year nationwide, was the use of the cell phone, drivers being distracted. So when I look to the findings for your ordinance, I found nothing but shallow statements. And it's already been mentioned. So I am rebutting the findings found at Section 3, zoning amendments, and specifically the zoning amendment that refers to the increase in safety by limiting the signs. It simply takes, there's public records from the National Safety Transportation Board to the facts that, number one, driving under the influence of alcohol is a primary cause, speed is another cause. And to look at your records, one moment while I find it. I'm sorry, I put it right over here. And your findings quote, Section 3, A, not allowing freeway-orientated signs and signs larger than 46 feet will reduce distraction to drivers and increase safety on our local streets and freeways, which is particularly important since traffic congestion and challenging grade changes. In Section B, it basically says the same thing. But I would ask you that your findings do not support even the low threshold you have to have for this ordinance. And I'd refer you to the internet for the National Highway Transportation. You can probably look at your own traffic records. There's no one that's ever said that I can see any statistics that said it was the freeway visible sign that caused it. And when I left here, I think it was whenever we were here before, there was a question, why do they need advertising? And I'm thinking, those that fly in the airplanes have advertising all over them. And I'm thinking, well, we don't look up at the sky and look at the advertising. So if it's important to the airlines, it must be important to the businessman. Thank you.
Eddie Gissemi, Jack Miller, Lou Avra, and Bill Hart.
Good evening, Mayor and city council members. My name is Eddie Gissemi. As the last time you were here, you promised us we're going to keep our sign. And you said you're going to look at each of us individually. But since then, it seems like the city commissioner and the city attorney is changing everything. And they're trying to discriminate against me and targeting my sign. Because I'm the only one right now has a permit, 2 application in town. One for the sign extraction permit right now, and one for the extent of my permit for UCP I have right now. It's going to expire next month. But they haven't, it's taken dust, and I haven't heard nothing from the city regarding both of them. So I guess it seems like now they're trying to pass this law tonight. That way I won't be able to do my construction. The other thing that Mr. Nichols tonight mentioned, and is about the logo, change of logo. Since I've been to this station, I have changed 3 times. I used to be Exxon, they pulled out of California, then become Altamar got bought by Valero, and I am Valero. So I mean, if I change my logo again, am I going to use my sign again? The third one is regarding the comment you made last time. I want to clear that. With all respect, I don't want to upset you on that. You said the sign does not bring a $10 business to this town. As I recall, in past 27 years, I've been in this corner. Every time there's an election, all these members of the county, the city council, they come to my station and they put the sign all over my station. Not 1, not 2, not 3, 4 of them. And especially you, sir, your sign was bigger than everybody else, 10 by 10, right off the freeway in Palizada. What I'm saying that if the sign bring you guys vote, the sign bring us business to all of us. So please do not take our sign. In past 3 days, with suggestion from my son, I took a petition with this signage. I went in front of my customer and asked them to sign if they agree to keep my sign with the remodeling. All of them, they love my prevent. None of them rejected. I have over 1,000 signatures over here in the 3 days. So please reconsider that. Let me have my sign and the remodeling. Thank you.
Jack Miller, Lou Avra, and Bill Hart.
Jack Miller, 423 Avenida Granada, next to Casa Harmonica. Moved in when I was 50, I'm 79, so it gives me, you can figure the days, months. I get gas frequently at Valero's gas station. And I believe he just wants to keep that same sign that's up there now. And I did my homework by coming down the freeway, and you actually need binoculars to before you get to Pico to see a sign. So I'm wondering, he's increasing actually a store there to create a lot of extra revenue. And you think that with that extra beautiful looking station he's putting in, he actually should have probably a bigger sign. But I believe he just wants to keep that same sign. And he's been jumping hoops. I've been on with hearing about this for 2-3 years, I think. Maybe it's longer. I don't know. Time flies, especially when you're getting old like me. But I suggest that let's keep his sign, the one he has. And because I travel through the country, and when I'm getting gas, I like to see where I get signs. Now, Dottie does drive, but there's times I drive, so I'm in the passenger seat looking for things like restaurants, gas stations, and we go from Arkansas to Minnesota to Ohio, you name it. So the signs are very important, because a fellow was here last time from Connecticut, said Connecticut has established the same type of rules, and eventually that city in Connecticut a lot of business went out of business. So, but I think we ought to be business friendly, and you can increase your sales tax or get more tax money. So, and he's going to have a beautiful, beautiful station. Amen.
Okay, yes, I'm here to speak on the signs. I've spoken twice on this before. I have always supported freeway-oriented signs, think we still need to do that, and I'm clearly in support of having a sign exception permit. Someone mentioned earlier, if we don't have a sign exception permit, then we're going to create lawsuits. Anyway, I think we need that sign exception permit. But I'm here tonight to speak on something that just came to my attention. This is from the George Washington University Alumni Magazine for the winter of 2016, from which I have one of my graduate degrees. There's an article in here called Just Passing Through, written by a graduate, and it's commenting on a book that was written by a Dr. Richard Longstreth, who traveled 60,000 miles in the United States in late 1970s when old highways were converting to freeways. And he has published a book called The Road Trip. And in there he has hundreds of pictures. I haven't seen it, nor have I read the book. I've only read the article. He has hundreds of pictures of all of the old road signs and so forth that existed along all of the highways in the United States, obviously for commercial purposes. And one of the couple of the quotes that were in his book, he said, the structures, he says, all, quote, have stories to tell about reception, about marketing, about the economy. And I converted that over to a local San Clemente. Our signs have something to say about reception here in the city, about our marketing, and about the economy. Another comment that was in here was one, I quote, the architectural DNA of the highway shows how buildings represented a playbook for attracting eyeballs at breakneck speeds. Now, that's all about what we're talking about here, that people talk about speeding up and down the freeways and so forth. But the architectural DNA of the highway shows how buildings represented by these signs attract eyeballs at breakneck speeds. So I looked at this and I said, this is all about what we're talking about here, and about how signage represents economy and how it represents things and catches people's eyes. Now, we still have a lot of these in San Clemente. I think the Adele sign is example, but we still have plenty of them. And I'm not suggesting this at all. I'm suggesting that we think seriously about this. And I'll just finish here very quickly. One of the signs that he has a picture in this magazine is of the Bomber gasoline station in Milwaukee, Oregon. And when I looked at this, the first person I thought about was our mayor. And there's a picture of the Bomber gasoline station in Oregon, and they have shading their gas pumps an actual B-17 bomber,
which is actually shading it, but it's to attract people to the gas station, and that's what it's all about. It's an identity. And I thought to myself, Bob, maybe since we're so closely associated with the Marines, maybe we, I'm not suggesting a B-17, but maybe we need to go out and see if we can get a C-130 or something into San Clemente here, somewhere in an appropriate
Osprey.
place. An Osprey, all of those. Anyway, this is theoretical or a little bit abstract, but it's right on point with what this sign's all about. Thank you.
I'm old, I'm not quite that old, though.
No, I didn't say B-17, I said C-130s.
Mayor, members of the council, Bill Hart, and tonight I'm representing, as a board member, the Friends of San Clemente Foundation. First, to publicly thank and commend Eddie's continued support for the foundation, but also to talk a little bit about how all of our businesses contribute to our community in many, many ways. And I have had a continued concern that, as we go along, we are, harming our businesses almost as a death by 1,000 cuts. And what I see here is perhaps one more cut. And I'm going to start by saying that I am not a fan of pole signs. I've generally been in support of reducing or eliminating the pole signs when possible. But I also think that we have to be a bit pragmatic and say that that one size does not fit all. And other than the fact that it's kind of entertaining to see whether or not Denny's can keep all of their letters lit at the same time, there's only one other sign in my mind that really, Adele's sign, of course, but the Valero sign really does serve a strong purpose. And it actually takes me back, upon reflection, to 40 years ago when I myself worked at a service station. Not a very romantic job, but it got me 4 years of solid education. And at that time, a service station meant that you went out, you filled people's gas up, you checked their tires, checked their oil, did their windshield and everything. And then when you had spare time, you were in the back room changing oil, changing water pumps. Believe me, 65 Mustang water pumps went out all the time. That notoriously weak water pump bearing in them. Can't tell you, I must have changed hundreds of them. But the fact is that these businesses evolve over time. And Eddie is a perfect example. He has a traditional gas station that was probably built in the 60s. It has the service bays. Well, service is not the same thing that it was back in the 1960s. And that business model is dying out. Those service stations or those gas stations have to adapt or they die. So now maybe they put in a mini mart, maybe they expand and put in a little automated car wash. Whatever they're going to do, they also tend to upgrade the look of their gas station at the same time. And to me, it doesn't make sense for us to lock businesses into a losing business model or threaten to take their sign down, which is another hit on their business. So we're putting them in a coffin corner. I think we saw a real good proposal for Eddie with his attorney, and I urge you to follow that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions of staff.
Okay.
Sean? The first one, Sean, is in regards to Staples, and I think Tim might have been barking up this tree, but let's just see here. Let's use Staples as an example. They have a change in intensity at Staples. What happens to the larger than 64 square foot Staples sign?
If there was a change in use.
No, change in intensity.
Let me check to see exactly to know, because that's the question we're asking about, right? Is that, so let me just pull that up again. 8, 9. So I would say we would have to evaluate it.
Okay.
I mean, really, the short answer is it would have to be evaluated. It'd have to be, how is that intensity change? What is the intensity change? again, we wrote this definition to try to cover such a large, broad spectrum of events. And so I would say that every scenario we would evaluate, and, you know, there are provisions in the code that if there was disagreement, we have ways in which we can escalate and, you know, take that to the next level if there's further discussion that's needed. But I would say, as I mentioned earlier, there's a number of ways in terms of objectively identifying intensity and change of intensity. And I would say that it would be on a case-by-case basis we would evaluate. And I would say actually also to Councilmember Brown, your concerns about the, you know, a decrease in intensity, if it was, you know, council's only concern was increase in intensity, simply by adding increase in intensity to that, you know, increase, a change of type or increase in intensity of the use would be definitely something as an option available to council if that would address that concern, if that was a concern.
Okay. Moving over to the Valero project. If Valero changes to Shell and they change their logo, are they allowed to change their logo under the current sign ordinance proposed this evening?
Yes, sir. And they would, after by the code, they would just update their master sign program, and that's as it is existing today in the requirements, but they would be able to do so.
Okay. Is the proposed project that Eddie was referring to going to be treated any differently tomorrow if we adopt this sign ordinance comparatively to the way it would have been treated yesterday?
No, sir.
Treated the exact same?
Yes, sir.
And we've been requiring pole signs be removed during a change of use for how many years?
Actually got confirmation today by a former employee that at least started in the mid-'80s, if not even a little bit before that.
Maybe, so over 30 years?
Yes, sir.
We've been doing this process?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have one more question for Scott, but I think this is a good time to address my comments in that I'm not about to change a process that we've been doing for the last 30 years for one project in town. I think we've treated everybody fairly up to this point and in a very consistent manner, and I think we need to continue doing that. I think Mr. Hart's comments about a death by 1,000 cuts, I look at it slightly differently in the fact that I think we're putting every business on an equal playing field, as opposed to having a business like, say, Sports Authority, or a business like Staples, or a business that's a large corporation that has the ability and the funds to go through an extensive process to get something more than what a mom and pop shop could do. Because in my time on council, those are the ones who've gone through that exception process that, Bob, you brought this whole thing before us tonight, so we could put everybody on an equal playing field. And I think that's exactly what we're doing. My last question is for the city attorney, and would you like to address Brad's comments about us not hearing comments this evening from the public?
Oh, yeah. The point there is that the hearing that's required to underlie this decision, it's a zoning code amendment, so it requires a hearing. Your decision has to be based on the record of the hearing, yet there were comments given tonight. There was the possibility that new information would be raised this evening that wasn't covered in the hearing, and you would not be able to consider that. But I think his comment is moot, because I didn't hear anything raised previously tonight that wasn't raised in concept or in some other form at your hearing. So it's kind of a moot issue. If something had come out of left field that was a new consideration that you didn't hear last time, then we'd have to worry about it. But that's not the case tonight, as far as I can tell.
Mr. Mayor, one point of clarification, if I might, just point through the city attorney. It's important, Mr. Mayor. Scott?
Sir, I'm sorry, but we're done with that. We don't do that. If you want to have correspondence with the city attorney, please send something to Mr. Maxinoff tomorrow.
I thought it was important if a misstatement was made inadvertently that it would be good for the council to hear. I'm not trying to beat you up. I mean, we've had enough of that. But one point I thought would be good if, with your indulgence, 20 seconds for the city attorney.
Click.
It was, Scott, it was stated that the ordinance as adopted would have no effect upon our client's application. I would respectfully submit that the new amendment states that all freeway-oriented signs, notwithstanding height and size, are prohibited. Correct me, I'm happy if that statement's correct, but I do think it would have an impact, and I'd like the city attorney to address it, and I'll sit down. Thank you very much.
Sir, I think you're putting words in my mouth. I asked if they'd be treated any differently after this ordinance is adopted to how they were treated previously. I didn't say anything about free-oriented signs. That's just to be clear.
I thought you were addressing, but I think it will be treated differently, but it's the city attorney's call.
If I could, Mayor and Council,
Please.
there are two possibilities here. One is, and I think Councilmember Ham was referring to the provisions in your existing code and the proposed new code that allow the city to condition changes of use on removal of nonconforming freeway signs. That was true before, and that won't change.
Exactly.
I think that was Mr. Ham's comment. The, as to new, and so the prior application and the prior decision on the Valero project won't change. That would play out the very same way yesterday and tomorrow. What will change is with a new application submitted by Valero for a new sign or any other user, that won't be subject to consideration anymore. A new application would preclude erection of a freeway sign in any form. So it kind of depends on whether you're talking about their old application or the new one, but as a condition of approval, nothing will change here.
I have one last comment to make, and Tim, if you're going to go the direction of the Staples example that I cited at the beginning of my first question about change of intensity, I'm open to the idea of freeway wall-mounted signs being allowed to continue their use with the existing business if there's a change of intensity. Because I see your point, it's very similar to the point you brought up 2 weeks ago, in that there's no reason to penalize existing businesses in town. Just like the pole signs, if you have an existing pole sign and you continue your business, we're not asking you to remove it.
Yeah.
So I'm open to that idea.
I think, so here's what my take is on that is, you know, this whole process was originated in the discussion about the Sports Authority and the freeway-oriented signage, and Bob brought up the point of, let's just remove the exception process. It's used very infrequently, it's very controversial, and it usually doesn't have great outcomes in terms of council votes and in terms of for the city. Somehow that morphed into reaching back in time and declaring signs non-conforming and then also having a mechanism to pull down wall-mounted freeway-oriented signage. I think we took what was a very good idea and have added to it to try and correct something that I think it's just too far for me. It's just too far to say, okay, we know all these signs have been put up. They were put up, businesses established, you know, all these different things. But yet we're going to take a freeway-oriented sign that's wall-mounted and group that in with the pole sign category, and both are going to continue together. I don't know if I want to proceed that direction. I think that, you know, when you say, for example, one of the things I would recommend, Chris, is change of use means any use that differs from previous use of building or land, including change in type or intensity of use. Although it does memorialize what staff has been doing with the pole signs, it creates a few more triggers in there that because it's so vague, it could be any change in type or intensity of use. You go from a Carol's with 50 seats, and then you go to another breakfast place with 60 seats. Intensity of use, boom, triggered, sign down, gone, right? Or in the type in a wall mounting sign, let's say a Habit goes from a 30-seat Habit to a 50-seat in and out, whatever the case may be, gone, right? And then how and just another theoretical exercise, in that center where you've got 6 restaurants, and let's say the Rubio's changes to a hairdressing place, and they move the restaurant to a different place where the dry cleaner was, and then all of a sudden, well, actually the restaurant was over here, but they still had that sign. You get into this weird horse trading scenario where it just gets levels of complexity. I really like a much cleaner, simpler, and also more constrained viewpoint, which is remove the exception process, define the change of use, where you would simply say means any use that differs from the previous use of building or land. And then I would also, I don't know if I want to go non-conforming on the wall signs. I don't know if that's comfortable for me, and the reason why it's not comfortable is because the use was established. It's not quite the pole sign thing in the 84, which was such a holdback and something that's not really useful. So I just say we leave that category alone. We focus on what the previous ordinance was, the pole sign, and then we remove the exception process, which was Bob's original idea, and we proceed as is. Those are my thoughts.
Tim, these signs are still going to be, I mean, if you're required to take down your wall-mounted freeway-oriented sign for some change in use, you're still going to be able to put up a 64-square-foot lighted sign. It's not like you're not going to have a sign. 64 square feet is a lot of sign. And no, it won't be as visible from the freeway, but really, are we interested in having somebody in the Staples area visible from the freeway?
You know what,
is that a big-
I mean, you make a valuable point. It's just what happens when these projects are developed, and we'll use, what's the name of the plaza up off of Estrella? I cannot remember to say, Ocean View Plaza. You know, you have a use and a development that was completed with a certain expectation in mind in terms of how signage would orient and draw consumers in. Right or wrong, that's not my judgment, right? This was done way before my time. And I don't know if I want to go back and re-guess that and re-change that dynamic moving backwards. Going forward, exception process remove, we're very clear as to what that is. But do I want to go back in the past and completely reorganize how that business operates and impact those businesses? I don't want to do that. I don't want to walk into this territory. I'd rather have the exception process removed. It's clear, it's fair, it's good for San Clemente. But let these businesses which built and developed around this use exist with what they have. No more, no less, just stay with what they have. And then keep our pole sign ordinance as it is and just and proceed. We brought in this other element when it went, somehow it came back around to us, and what your idea was, Bob, originally was remove the exception process, and all of a sudden now we're declaring a whole series of wall signs non-conforming with all these, Sean's gonna have to be out there with a measuring tape, and your change of use, now your dry cleaner. I mean, it's just, it gets levels of complexity that isn't comfortable. And, you know, I don't get a sense that it's necessary. I may be going too far. It's, you know.
Can I ask for a point of clarity before you comment, Lori?
Sure.
Are you still comfortable with the ban on new freeway-oriented signage?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
That's the exception. See, when we remove the exception process, that's exactly what that means, right? Now, Eddie's got an exception in. I don't know about his situation. From what Scott said, that stands alone. But what I'm saying is the exception process should move, but let's not get the rest of the wall mounted. That's been there. That's use established. Developments are there. That's done, right? Let's move forward. Like pole signs are in there, and just let's move forward and create exception process at levels of the field. I think residents can understand what we're doing there. I think when we start having to explain, well, we've got all these wall signs in town, and some of them are a little bigger, we want them to be smaller if it redevelops, and it gets into these weird places that I don't know if that's comfortable for me. To explain that to a resident, why that's an impactful and necessary, urgent decision. You know, I don't see that. And by the way, if Ocean View Plaza ever does do a massive redevelopment project where they're redoing the entire thing and demoing it, then I think that should be an opportunity where the entire plaza redoes itself. Then, you know, you relook at it then. But right now, I don't see that cliff, that urgency, that thing that drives me to declare these non-conforming and then have to force planning into these weird places. You know?
I think the thing that I like about where you're going, Tim, is you're trying to simplify the process. And I think that's a great idea. I think where you lose me a little bit is the idea that, you know, if we're all in Ocean View Plaza and you continue to operate a restaurant and you want to increase your intensity, you're in one suite now and you want to move to two, I think you should have that ability to do that and keep your sign. And I think that's where I'm willing to bend and come your direction.
My point is that we shouldn't make wall signs you just keep what you have. Even if you expand, use, whatever the case, within the plaza, they're gonna, like, it shifts there's always tenants moving in and out. Whatever. You have what you have. You have 15 signs on the building. You have those signs. That's what you have. That's it. And that's it. That's very clear. I think that's very, in my mind, it's not having to have them judge, did you change your use? Did you go from this business to this? No, it's a plaza issue. And if there's a building that has that sign established, you can keep it, right?
The only thing I like about the proposal tonight, and I think with a slight modification of the intensity change, is the fact that it treats pole signs and free-oriented signs almost identically. And so you have everybody treated fairly across the board. And so I think it gives opportunity for existing business that have proven themselves, that have been in the community, that have been partners, to continue to exist, to continue to update, to do the things they need to do. But it brings new business into conformance with what the community standard is today. And for me, the reason I think that's important is because a sign isn't brick and mortar. I mean, a pole sign is, but we've already declared that nobody here is comfortable with pole signs. So, but a wall-mounted sign that you bolt in, bolt out, it's not brick and mortar. It's something that can go up and come down at any point in time. And so
I think, but what happened is most of these wall-mounted signs were installed since that pole sign ordinance came into place. And so it's not as if they were, you know, frankly, well, here's what I mean, if I was to guess, before, those businesses would have been on pole signs sticking out over the freeway. This was probably the second fallback option, which is, well, you can't have the pole signs, so we'll just do wall mounted.
Yeah.
Right, and so, you know, I guess my point is it's not ideal, Bob. I'll concede you that. It's not a beautiful thing. I don't go hang out at Ocean View Plaza to behold the signs, right? But at the same time, people are running businesses in there with certain expectations on traffic and things like that, and I don't know if I want to remove that right now. I think we have a pole sign ordinance that's worked very well, and I think we can modify it and help improve it a little bit here. But I don't know if I want to declare the rest of those wall signs non-conforming and then start really doing that.
I'm not going to change your opinion, obviously, but I think the one thing where I agree with you is the change that we made 2 weeks ago and why we're back here again this evening to talk about it is because of that exact thing. It's we're not being punitive to businesses that have been existing. We're saying new businesses that come to town have to conform to our new standards, just like we do with the building code, just like we do with everything else. So, sorry, Laura, I didn't mean, my one question turned into a discussion. I'm sorry.
No, I was actually hopeful it would end up in a different place. So, and I'm not changing my position from 2 weeks ago, and I just would like to say that I'm all for looking at policy with fresh eyes, so I've really appreciated this process, and I'm really glad we went through it. But where it falls apart for me is I think sign exception permits are exactly appropriate for our town because we are so unique, and we have unique topography, we have a unique business mix, and the sign exception permit gives staff a tool where they can go case by case to address what the business needs are. I also feel like the businesses fuel the community. You know, it's their tax revenue that lets us have the incredible park systems we have and whatnot. And business succeeds in a free market. And I feel like some of the things that we're discussing tonight put some handcuffs on the idea of the free market. And when I listen to everybody talk, we're really clear on what happened behind. We're really clear about today. But for me, one of my decision points is what's it going to look like 20 years from now? And I'm not sure how a business can adjust to the changes in the future based on some of these constraints that are being suggested tonight. So, those are my big reasons why I can't be supported. And I guess finally I would say I kind of feel like it's a problem looking for, or a solution looking for a problem. And that's what I've got. But I was hoping that when you started talking, Tim, this idea of simplifying and the idea of keeping the constraints off the businesses, I got excited there for a minute.
Well, I mean, for the purposes of our discussion tonight, practically what I'm proposing is we do everything we had in place before this discussion, with the only exception, and Lori, I'll explain, we removed that sign exception process permit. And the reason why is because businesses so infrequently use it. I think there's been 7 examples that have, no, it was 12 examples since the sign ordinance has been in place where they've actually asked for an exception in terms of size of the sign. And then the rest of them have been freeway-oriented requests. And so the sign exception process hasn't been really a really big, a valuable tool necessarily from what I can see. I guess my biggest concern is we should really aim in our attempts to, in removing the sign exception process, that we don't tighten the screws on existing businesses. So my only point is, let's remove the sign exception process. I'm fine with that. It's hardly used at all anyway at this point. However, I don't want to go non-conforming on all the wall-mounted signs. I think it's not a great use, it's there, but we're not going to give any more. I think that's a very clear departure, and I just don't want to be, I don't want to go out in the back and start yanking down signs, because ultimately, those properties developed before our time. Listen, there's a lot of mistakes that have been made in San Clemente's past that we're correcting bit by bit as they come. But I think that there are other things that we can focus our energy and time on that will have a greater return, that won't affect the businesses and everything we have locally. So I like Bob's original idea. I support it 100%. I think we should clarify some of the definitions here, but I don't know if I want to declare the wall signs non-conforming and start pulling those down when we have change of use or intensity and things like that.
So let me just say, it doesn't sound like I'm going to get your support, Tim, but I'm comfortable with amending this slightly, Sean and James, if you guys are listening, to amend it to show that a change of intensity of an existing wall-mounted sign that's over 64 square feet will still allow to be continued use. A change of use, it comes down, but a change of intensity of that exact business is allowable. Because I understand exactly what you're saying, and that to me muddies the waters a bit. Lord, your comment about it's a solution looking for a problem. 6 months ago, we sat here and listened to a developer try to hold the city council hostage over development, and he was successful in holding 2 council members hostage. So there's definitely a problem that's being created by this exception permit. So, that being said, I think we're doing a great job with it. Tim, I'm glad we've had you here in this discussion because I think you've brought this to where it needs to be, because you've brought up some very valid points, and I'm glad you have, because quite frankly, they weren't on my radar until last meeting and this evening.
So maybe the right way to proceed here, just in a way of trying to get something done that fits within that criteria, is there's a definition under signs, and those 2 definitions are, change of use means any use that differs from the, this is, page 9, A9. So there's 2 definitions added under signs. Change of use means any use that differs from the previous use of the building or land. And it puts a caveat on including in change in type or intensity of use. And then the second one is use means purpose which the land and structures arranged, designed, intended, maintained, or occupied. I think we can tweak these definitions. One of the things I thought, and it does leave it vague, but it doesn't create a definition which forces staff's hand, which is just to simply...
Tim, excuse me, before you go there,
okay.
Can we ask Sean where these definitions came from?
So in terms of developing these definitions, it came from work that staff and working with BB, our city attorney, and we're looking at other communities surrounding throughout Southern California, how they define the change of use and use in their municipal codes, and develop something that we felt would be, could be applied here in our community.
So, Mr. City Attorney, are these definitions common language in many communities, or are we breaking new ground here?
No, they're common, and we found points of reference from other codes. If you don't want to include intensity in the trigger, we can easily fix that
And
tonight,
I think
depending on what motion you present.
an easy way to accomplish that actually would just be to put a period after of building or land and just remove that, including a change in type or intensity of use, and I think that
That was exactly what I was going to propose. It's just, listen, here's the thing, is that I think it's very clear what this council intends. As a matter of fact, staff has been following this direction for 30 years without these definitions, right, without modifying the ordinance. But by including those 2 items there, it almost forces you in those definitions to take action, even when it probably isn't appropriate. And so I would say that if you put, means any use that differs from previous use of building or land, period, and you...
Including a change in type.
Yeah, but what he's recommending is to remove including.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me, I just think type is important there.
Type is important
We
there.
thought a change of use might be perceived as residential to commercial, as opposed to a subcategory, and that's why we've used the word type in there. So, I'm sorry, Sean, I didn't have a chance to caucus. I just say including a change in type of use. And
What would be a type of use?
It'd be restaurant to stand socks, or vice versa.
I generated some language here that would directly apply to what we're looking at. So if we just added, in between change of use and use, change of intensity will not apply to existing wall signs over 64 square feet. It's clean, cut, to the point.
But what happens is this applies to the pole signs too?
Well, that's why I said very specifically in there, will not apply to wall signs over 64 square feet.
No, I mean, this applies to pole signs too. So let's use an example, right? That Eddie adds another gas pump on his gas station. That's an improvement that's an intensification of his use. Sign comes down.
Is that accurate, Sean?
That's more traffic, that's more intensification of an existing use.
I'm not sure in that example if we would necessarily consider that to trigger.
Here's my concern, Tim, is I don't want to inadvertently make any changes to the pole sign regulations that we've had in place for 30 years. I just want to address your concern for wall-mounted signs and adversely impacting them. And that's why
I think what happens, though, is with these definitions, it does change how we address pole-mounted signs. Because with these definitions, this applies to the pole signs. That's why when you say an intensity or a change in type, these do change how we deal with pole signs going forward. And I think with a stronger hand. Now, if that's what this council wants, I don't know. I'd rather just kind of leave staff with an open tool to be able to manage that going forward. But if it's change in type, if there's a way of including that and trying to maintain that use, that's fine. Intensity of use is something that it's too hard for me to judge. I'd rather have that removed 100%.
What?
The intensity of use.
Well, and that's why I don't want to touch the pole sign issue. I think we've been doing a good job for 30 years on that one, and I think, so I'll just say this language again. Change of intensity will not apply to existing wall signs over 64 square feet. So it maintains all the stuff that's in there, and we don't touch the pole sign issue. It is what it is. It's the same as it's been for 30 years. We don't open Pandora's box there, and we let staff go forward the way they've been operating.
The problem is it's the pole signs. What you're saying there is that when you do a change of intensity for a pole sign, they also have that same trigger.
I think they do.
No, that's not currently in the code. That's not how, a change of intensity is not part of how we address this.
The type of intensity is not right now.
Change of intensity does not force a pole sign removal.
It has to do with the change of use, not the change of intensity.
Okay.
And I always thought it really had to do with, I always thought that the trigger was a conditional use permit.
Yeah.
Is that, because the rest of this council, that was my understanding, what happened is they had to pull a conditional use permit for the Chevron, and that's what triggered it.
Yeah.
That to me is a beautiful line. I mean, not a beautiful line, it's more comfortable because it's something that is tangible, it's not discretionary, and the owners know how to manage to that.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if there's a way that we can, have it be something to that effect. That would be a lot clearer to me. I mean, for example, a perfect example would be for the Ocean View Plaza. I can't remember the name. Like, if they don't pull a CUP and they don't change that use ever up there, then we just leave them be. It's fine,
I'll concede then the period where you want to put the period. I understand what you're saying.
I want to hear from the city attorney about that. Jim's talking about the CUP being a trigger here. Is that reasonable, or?
Well, if there's a situation where a new sign application is just illegal, and that's easy to solve, right? It would be subject to the new criteria. None of this applies if there's an opportunity to condition a new entitlement with a sign removal. That if we're in a conditioning mode for a CUP or other entitlement, then the sign removal might be in play. All that's subject to BMP Code Section 59, as I mentioned before. We know that applies to all these situations. I think what we're struggling with here, and we might need a caucus, is whether these definitions, 25.1 and 105.1, apply to any other provisions of the code. I don't think they apply to the pole-mounted signs. Those are subject to your valuation tables and your normal non-conforming ordinance.
This is only referring to wall-mounted?
I think so. I just was doing a search of your code to confirm that, but I think these only applied for the special grace given to non-conforming wall signs.
To non-conforming wall signs.
We need to check that. Yeah.
Can you confirm that? Because that was where, I mean, let me put it this way, it's been working great for 30 years with that ordinance, and so I'd rather just freeze it and put it aside. If this is really going to apply to wall mount signs, then I think the period's okay.
Yeah.
I think the period's okay. I know it's not quite as defined, but at the same time, you give staff discretion in those cases to be able to apply that as logically understood, under this. So
I'm comfortable with that.
All right, specifically, when you talk about the period, are you talking about including a change in type, period?
I'm just saying change of use means any use that differs from the previous use of the building or land, period. Period. Just period.
But the city attorney thinks including a change in type is necessary in that.
Yeah, Scott, help me understand what the in-type, help me understand a scenario where an in-type, you used a stance socks to a restaurant.
Well, we were afraid, we talked about the scenario where if we just said change of use, someone would come in and say, nope, an apparel store is retail, and so is a candy store, or a Subway sandwich shop. Those are all retail, that's not a change of use. We think that you meant to have a narrower trigger than that based on your deliberations last time.
I don't know if, I think you were right in terms of what we were thinking, but I don't see a change.
If you just say use, a change in use, someone
Like
might
retail,
read that as
restaurant.
meaning residential to commercial or commercial to business park to be that big of a trigger.
Nick's Vacuum became a candy store, and he had a freeway-facing sign that would...
We think type of use is a little narrower than change in use.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far. I think what this would be is that if it's a retail, a restaurant, something like that requires a CUP of a type, because it changing from a retail to a restaurant you'd have to get a use permit, right, for those changes?
Not exactly, and that's why I think everything sans the conditional use permit is because, for example, a restaurant would need a conditional use permit to get alcohol. So I don't think that you would require in that sense.
I don't know if I want to take it to change in type. I don't know if I want to take it to that restrictive level.
I think we have clear direction.
Yeah, that's fine if that's the direction.
Well, wait a minute, I'm not sure we do have clear direction, because the city attorney is talking about changes in use that are still retail, and I'm not sure I was under that impression. Are you under the impression that his example is accurate?
I was under the impression it was retail to retail is fine. If a shoe store goes to another retail store, as staff trying to implement this, a retail going to retail, a Staples going to Best Buy, for example, they can maintain. If Staples becomes a bookstore, they can remain. It's a retail. If it was a restaurant, expanding into like another suite, but it's the same restaurant, it's still the same use. They have the one sign, they don't have to take it down. If the restaurant becomes a candy store, complete retail, something of that nature, sign would come down then under that scenario. That would be staff's view of this and how we have interpreted it.
And that's to keep type or to remove type?
I think you go with the period and I think you go with the period and you basically say any type differs from the previous use of the building or land. I think it needs to have a broader interpretation for staff to be able to assess impact on community and be able to say if you're going to demo the entire Ocean View Plaza and build some other structure there, then you should have to redo your sign ordinances and have to bring it under compliance with the current code. But I don't want to be balancing Rubio's and hairdressers and different retails.
Really, so isn't that a taking of someone's business value? If you're a landlord and you can only rent it a certain way, but now we've narrowed the pool of applicants because these guys aren't going to want to do it because it doesn't come with a sign?
Well, it wouldn't be a taking if it was related to a legitimate governmental purpose. So if there was something about the occupancy.
Reverse condemnation, then, I believe is the.
Inverse condemnation. No, a regulatory taking is what you're getting at.
Yeah.
No, if there's a purpose to it. But what we were trying to get at is a scenario where a pet shop became an apparel store, and whether you intended to grandfather the dimensions of the pet shop sign as the apparel shop took over. It's whatever the council desires. We think that's a change in use type, but not a change in use.
I don't think that's fine.
Yeah.
It's too arbitrary, it's too confusing, it doesn't make sense to the public. Why would we treat a pet shop differently from a candy store?
Wait a minute, that's not a change, that's not a change in type, though. That's a retail to retail. That's not a change in type.
Well, we think a type is a subcategory of a use category.
So the use category is retail?
Yeah.
This is crazy.
And type is what?
Something subcategories in retail.
After hearing this conversation, our intent is retail to retail, so we're okay without the definition of type.
Okay. So I think that if we leave it overly broad, and I would say building or land is probably more appropriate, because then that changes it from suites to a larger, it just really captures larger development projects instead of targeting, or what are you, a retail, you go to a dog store, boom, gone, done, can't do it anymore. Let's just stay nice and broad. The signs stay if the use is there, and these businesses continue to operate with the investment back expectations which they opened, and just leave it be. We leave the pole sign ordinance in place as is, we remove the exception process, and let's just move forward. It's so much cleaner. I think we can all agree, we don't want to have these discussions. We don't have people showing up like, I changed to a dog store, I lost my sign, business gone down 50%. That is a worst case scenario in my mind, because it doesn't accomplish anything substantial for the community.
And we're not going to do that, Tim. That's what we're trying to work out here tonight.
Right, that's exactly what we're trying not to do. Okay,
Correct.
good. All right, so I think if we just go with change of use, period, right? Okay. And just leave it at that.
change of use means any use that differs from the previous use
Of the
of a
building.
building or land, period.
Period. Not change of type or intensification.
Okay.
Those are additional triggers which force staff's hand. This gives them more discretion to...
See, type to me meant retail. Meant retail to retail,
We thought that
apparently.
was a smaller subset, so
Okay, all right,
thank you
very
for
good.
clarifying.
All right, so change of use means any use that differs from the previous use of a building or land, period.
And since it's the election year, what does it mean for political signs?
Yeah, political signs, the most important part relating to political signs is the provision, I can't find it right off the top, but it says that wherever a commercial sign is permitted, you may substitute that commercial message for a non-commercial sign. So we don't, discriminate as among non-commercial signs. Political signs are a subset of non-commercial signs.
So they don't have to come down 3 days after the election anymore and...
Well, they have all those same regulations as they apply to seasonal signage. It's just that if you can have a sign about an election, you can have a sign about any other non-commercial.
Lori, do you want to keep up my sign in your yard for more than 3 days after the election?
yeah.
Is that what we're getting at
Yeah.
here? 'Cause
Scott,
Scott, want to keep. You don't
Scott,
need to
may I
make it
ask you
back.
one more
Well, no, I
question?
actually appreciated that we got them out of the way in 3 days, but that's not...
That is still.
I did it in one day.
That's still in there.
I liked it too, yeah.
One day.
Except that's no longer in here.
Yeah, no, it is. Councilmember, 8A8, at the top, subsection 3 there, the sign relates to a specific event, the sign must be removed within 3 days after the event ends. So if it's associated with
Okay.
an election, then it would still be required to come
Okay,
down.
but all events, got it.
But all
So,
events,
because
so
it has to
it's
do with all
content
temporary signs,
neutral.
so if it was like an event at a park,
Okay.
same type of idea.
And
Yeah.
my freeway-facing pole sign, election sign.
And if you're entitled to
Are
a
we
ham
entitled to
election
that?
sign, you can substitute Save the Whales or any other non-commercial
Scott,
message.
I have one other question about the definition of use, and I don't want to belabor this, but I can see a potential problem coming up here. In 105.1, use means the purpose for which the land or structure is arranged, designed, intended, maintained, or occupied. So when you say change of use, it means, let's say that there was a change in the way that the building was occupied or even maintained, or if it was intended, it may have that same trigger, wouldn't it? I mean, so let's say that the use was, it was designed to be a pet shop, and it was redesigned to be a candy store. So the use, therefore, changes, right? So that's a change. Am I making any sense on that?
Yeah, they kind of did go together.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is that I wonder if use is better off just use. Like not, use is a function, it's a use. Additionally, defining it and adding those qualifiers broadens it so much that it can grab literally any situation and cause that sign to become non-conforming and yanked down. I'm just saying for simplicity purposes for staff, just say change in use. And it differs from the previous use of the building or land. Use
Tim,
does.
Tim, I like definitions, though. And I think it's important because it's, in your example, did you say, what was your example?
Well, let's say use means the purpose for which the structure is designed.
Okay.
So it was designed to be
Retail.
retail. And it gets redesigned to be
A different retail.
A
Yeah,
tire
like a
shop with
different
bays.
retop,
How
right.
about a tire shop with bays?
Well, that required a conditional use permit because it was going to a convenience store.
And that is a change of use.
That is a change of, because it takes a conditional use permit. But what I'm saying is that maybe the right word means the purpose for which the land and structure is designed, period, right? And not having all those caveats to it. Not that I want to define it down, it's just, we're adding all these triggers that could frighten the hell out of a potential building owner, right?
Here's my only concern, Tim, is staff knitted this very beautiful sweater. They took examples from other municipalities, and now you're de-knitting it.
I'm tearing all the yarn out. But I think what it is I just want to save us all of this pain in the future where people are showing up and staff is caught between council direction and how it gets implemented. A little bit of extra time here to really figure this out means less pain for business owners and for staff. So I hate to spend a little more time on this, but I wonder if there's a way to simplify use so you say the purpose for which the land and building is intended.
Here, let's make it simple. Scott or Sean, whoever wants to answer this question, why was the definition of use included in here? I'm sure it had a very specific purpose.
Well, I If I could, Mayor and Council, I think that it was meant to put a finer point on change in type or intensity of use. And I think the point is well taken, that at least some of those provisions of 105.1, like occupied, back you into that level of detail that you were trying to get out of a minute ago. So I would suggest and support that you look at that definition of use. A change in occupancy, I know you don't want to cover. Design, of course, arranged, of course, intention, I don't know, that.
I'm just saying, there are all these triggers all of a sudden where, you know.
It came out of the planning commission process in terms of when commission requested that there be a definition of change of use. And looking at this, we oftentimes, as the city attorney stated, we see use associated with the change use definitions and the examples that we saw. Or a lot of communities had only a definition of use and not even change of use. Actually, it was more common to see that definition. So, again, trying to pull from it is, that's how we got to this point. Now, I think what the city attorney said is if there is additional valuation or reduction to look at here, we can look at that.
I'm just saying, we're drawing back a little bit from that specificity, so we're not handcuffing staff and creating this miscommunication. So I'm wondering if there's a way of just saying use means the purpose for which the land and structure is arranged, period. Right, or designed, or pick one, pick something that really is. I mean, Scott, maybe you have a word that would be more appropriate there, or staff. But I'm just, use means the purpose for which the land and structure is designed, or intent. I
think arranged or designed is good, and I think that's consistent with what you did a few moments ago.
Or how about arranged, designed, or intended?
Yeah, I was going to say, is designed or intended perhaps means the purpose for which a land or a structure is either arranged, designed, or intended, or at least designed or intended, because it gets to the use and our use. That to me would imply like our use table and all those permitted uses.
Okay.
Read that again, please, Sean.
Depending on what you like, either use means the purpose for which land or a structure is arranged, designed, or intended, or you can, if you wanted to, even go down further, or.
How about that right there?
Let's just strike the
Stop
last-
right there.
strike
Arranged,
maintained or-
designed, or intended.
Get rid of maintained and occupied.
Yep.
Okay with that?
Yeah.
Well, so does that cover like a design of maybe you can help me out. Does that mean if it's designed for certain retail use and you change the design for a different retail use, then it changes the use?
No, that's not what that means.
It's not, Scott?
That structure was designed for retail use.
Okay.
I wonder if you, I like, or permitted, intended, I don't know what that means.
Permitted?
I like permitted.
There we go.
That's what I like.
So strike
I really
intended
like
and replace with permitted.
That feels so nice. That it feels really.
We know what that, we all know what that means.
We know what that means. I know what that means. Do you know what that means?
I do.
Yeah. I know what that means.
It's whatever Sean Nicholas says, that's what that means.
Thank you, Scott.
I need to ask a question. I need a question.
I think that's it.
But I have one question of the city attorney, something that was mentioned earlier, Scott. If we get rid of the freeway sign exception permit,
Yeah.
even if we were after a lawsuit, somebody said we could not give an exception after a lawsuit
Well,
if we pass this.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, thanks for raising that, Councilmember Ward. The local code, and this was important to clarify for the record tonight based on what was said earlier, your local code would not allow, under local criteria, for us to approve a new freeway-oriented sign. However, business, and we said this last time, Business and Professions Code, Section 5499, regardless of what the city's code said, requires that we provide a variance opportunity to permittees whose permits require as a condition the removal of a sign. So anytime there's a new entitlement or a new permit that requires an old sign be taken down, there has to be provided this opportunity for a variance under the state law, Section 5499 of the B&P Code. So yes, and so that supersedes anything we might do tonight or any condition on a permit that might apply. Now, that opportunity was provided and denied in the existing Valero approval. It remains to be seen how that would play out under a new application once that's completed. But Section 5499 requires that the decision maker look at constraints from topography, distance, configuration that might, under 5499, warrant issuance of a freeway-oriented sign, even a pole sign.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, and I have one question on that. So if someone is going for a continuation of a permit they already had. That is a new sign permit, or new application that you're putting in, just to extend an approval that you got 3 years before?
I'm not
Is
sure.
that considered a new application?
That, if it's not acted upon, then yes, it's a new application, and it would be subject to the new local criteria.
That didn't answer my question. Sean might have.
Yeah, he might
Yeah, we're
know
understood
exactly
that.
what we're talking about.
I think in terms of, let's just say Eddie's example, that he's in for a time extension, it's my understanding that he would, if approved, he would still have those entitlements should he decide to move forward with his project.
Okay, but my question was, he's in the process, if he has another approval, not approval, what is the process that he's in right now? Is he taking out a new permit to extend the entitlements he already had?
Can we talk about someone's permit application during this process?
For a little while. Well, there's an amendment proposed that,
Okay.
yeah, so, yeah.
I just want to understand the process.
There are two things in which Eddie is in for Valero. There's a time extension request, which is to just maintain his existing approvals. That's one request. And then there is an amendment that he has going that will ultimately be to his master sign program and potentially to a sign exception permit associated with trying to maintain the pole sign.
So
And
the
that's a
amendment
separate
is new?
request. That's a separate request, yes.
And that's a new request?
That was submitted back on November 4th, was deemed incomplete on November 25th, and was just resubmitted on February 22nd, and staff will be responding to that recent resubmittal.
So that new sign exception, what we do tonight, that does not apply to that. He could still go through that process with that new sign request.
The amendment would apply,
A new application subject to the new
Yeah, it
code
would be
at the
subject to
time
the
of
new
the
code.
decision on the application, yeah.
He still has the ability to appeal to city council based on all his...
And in which we would issue a variance.
Exactly.
So from what Scott was saying, the sign exception permit process would be eliminated, so that wouldn't be available to him, but the government code section would.
yes.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
I got my thought process together.
Would he be allowed an off-ramp facing sign on the back of his project? Was he allowed before? I know he has a wall on one of the renderings, but could he have a off-ramp facing sign?
He already has approval for two of those in his current application, in which he's requesting a time extension. He would have received an approval of a sign exception permit for two freeway-oriented signs that are on the off-ramp. So with the amendment, he's looking to have that plus maintain his pole sign, which, as we said, he can go forward with regardless of this due to the state code.
Okay.
So in the new definition of freeway-oriented, off-ramps and on-ramps are down there? Or-
He has that approval already.
That's in his
He has that,
pocket,
Yes,
yeah.
that's already has that.
So just to summarize where we ended up here, effectively, the exception process is removed, the pole sign criteria is exactly as it was before, and then what we're looking at is for wall-mounted signs, you can keep it, if you have it, you can keep it as long as you want, as long as you don't change the permitted use. Is that right?
Yeah, but to be very clear, the only changes we're making are the changes that we discussed this evening, which are on page 8A-9, 25.1, placing a period.
105.1.
Yeah.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but does that get to the heart of it here? Those two definitions of change of use and use are really what is driving the non-conforming wall sign component, right?
With the other provisions we built in, yes, this will get to exactly what you are discussing this evening. That will
Okay, and the
provide-
intention is extremely clear, right? That this council's made it clear, we don't want to take anything from anybody unless they change their permitted use, and basically,
And we went with great painstaking, to go many times to when we wrote that new section 1784-040 about wall signs. We made it very clear that it followed exactly the process in which you've discussed this.
you got it, you got to keep it.
Yes.
Anything else?
No. Should I read it?
Yeah, please.
You want to read it?
I'll give it a shot. I move that we introduce ordinance 1619 titled ordinance of the City Council, City of San Clemente, California, approving zoning amendment 15-225, amending Title 17 of the San Clemente Municipal Code regarding sign regulation. and adopt Resolution 1613 titled Resolution City Council, City of San Clemente, California, approving General Plan Amendment 16-002 relating to freeway-rated signs with the caveat of redefining 25-1.1 as change of use means any use that differs from the previous use of building or land, period, and 105.1, which means use means the purpose for which the land or structure is permitted, period.
No.
It was arranged, designed, and permitted.
Or permitted. Arranged, designed, or permitted.
Did we include arranged and designed in that? I
Yes.
thought it was permitted.
That's what Scott wanted.
Well, I think we're going to do all the above.
Scott wanted to keep arranged, designed, and permitted.
You didn't like the word intended, so we changed it to
Yeah, I didn't
permitted.
like intended. I'm
struck
just trying to think
maintained
of arranged and designed.
Why do we want to leave those in there, Scott?
I'm more comfortable with
I don't
this
know that you need
permitted.
them. I think we know what a permitted use is. That would do it. We're good either way. Yeah.
I'd rather go with my reading, which is permitted.
Cecilia, you're shaking your head on permitted? Yes. Permitted, thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. That's what I'm reading in. Is there anything I missed?
No.
Second that.
Okay, motion by Brown, second by Ham, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed?
Doncheck opposed.
Staff, thank you for doing a great job of following us the last 2 meetings.
This is a report from the Assistant City Manager concerning payment of the Negocio certificates of participation.
And you can assume we read the staff report.
So this is just a follow-up out of the LTFP. One of the recommendations as we looked at the reserves was to take a portion of the reserves to pay off the obligations associated to our other city hall location on ComDev. This does two things. It obviously will save us about $238,000 annually in debt payment that will go away once we pay it off. And number two, it'll also close out our ties as it relates to the former RDA and now the successor agency as it related to the loan. So kind of kills two birds with one stone. With that, I'll conclude my report and address any questions if the council may have.
If there's no questions or public, I'll make a motion.
Anybody have a question? Just a public hearing, Joanne, that we need to open and close?
It's not a public hearing, but I don't have any cards.
Okay, very good.
Okay, I move we approve a transfer of funds from the general fund to the Negocio debt service fund in the amount of $1,345,000, and that we approve a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $1,340,000 to Negocio debt service fund principal expenditure account 006-803-48190, and a supplemental appropriation of $5,000 to the Negocio debt service fund legal services expenditure account 006-803-43640.
Second.
Motion by Doncheck, second by Brown, all in favor? Aye. Any
Thank you.
opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you, Eric. This is a great money-saving idea for the city here.
Oral Communications, Part 2, I did not receive any cards. City Manager? City Attorney?
Nothing tonight, thank you.
Under council members is consideration of agendizing for council consideration at its meeting of April 5, 2016, the possibility of adding a ballot measure to the November 8, 2016 election relating to district council member elections, and this was agendized by Councilmember Doncheck.
Okay, and I put this on the agenda at the time, not realizing that a petition, or that a notice of intent to circulate a petition was going to be submitted before our council meeting. So the idea was, since it's council policy that we have to have a majority to put something on the agenda, that I would put this idea of district elections out for discussion. But I would also want the public to know that on March 14th, the city clerk received a notice of intent to circulate a petition on districting San Clemente for voting purposes. And I can read into the record the 5 key, I think I will. No, actually, they're here. Okay, so the public can get a copy of that from you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So my question to my colleagues is, should we be putting an initiative to, should we agendize a discussion about putting an initiative on the November election ballot to District San Clemente for voting purposes. And I don't know if you have cards on this.
Let's hear the cards.
Okay, I got Jim Bieber and Brad Malamud who want to speak about this.
Have my slides back up, please. Is it possible to put my slides back up? Thank you. Neighbors. Well, as you know, a group of San Clemente residents hailing from every region of the city submitted a request to the clerk to draft language so that we can move ahead and gather signatures so that we could have district representation. And as you're all aware, you know, of my profession and what I do for a living, I'm very successful at what I do for a living. I've actually been on both sides of this issue. And let me tell you, it's really tough to sell the line to people that they're stupid and that they don't deserve to have a council person in their neighborhood and that they can't be trusted with that responsibility. Let me tell you about the bright side of having districts. And it starts with this fabulous conversation that I had with Councilman Ham on my front yard. And ran into him, and we chatted about a letter that I wrote to him about a DUI checkpoint in front of the high school at 7 o'clock at night. There was this big dragnet, delayed people, and he took that to task, and we had a nice chat about it. That was the staged campaign photo that I produced so many of for so many candidates, of having a representative that you interact and engage with. And you know what? I've got 4 of you guys, next slide, please. I've got 4 of you guys right in my neighborhood, and I know for a fact that a majority of people in this town would like to have the same access that they do, that could walk down, bump into their council member, wherever. Now, as I mentioned, you know, I gave up on it. You guys won. I'm not going to have vacation rentals in this town. And so that shifts into kind of the dark side of politics. The ink wasn't dry on that petition request before members of this council started viciously campaigning, describing the, quote, ulterior motive of those that are advancing this. You know, my vacation rental is gone, so why am I doing this? Yeah, am I going to have them back if we get new council members? Yeah, probably not. Is it the way, the vicious way that you've treated me in slandering me and belittling me? No, it's because when this process started, I mean, I've got horror stories of the way people have behaved, of course, but not a day goes by, including today, when somebody says, I'm afraid of my city council. I'm afraid of what they're going to do to me. And you chuckle and laugh, and there's Councilman Hand bobbing and laughing and acting like a 12-year-old again. But a lady today seriously said she's afraid of her city council. And you'll say, no, we're the good guys. This is impossible. Of course we have to balance things out. We're going to ruffle feathers. But, you know, if you look at, a statesman of faith, Senator Harry Reid, who can justify lying and smearing and using his position to bully people, because he thinks he's the good guy too. Now come November 2nd, you'll wag your finger at me and say, we don't need these districting, because see, the citizens of this city can throw out people they don't like. And it just happened. Well, that's not really the point. The point is that people, when this gets passed, they'll have access to not 4 representation, but 1 in their neighborhood. So rather than waste the public's time, go ahead and put this on the ballot and let people vote for it, or galvanize a whole voting block and volunteers, and we'll all be talking to each other, and everybody will have an opportunity to see why this is needed.
Brad?
So, half dozen the other, have fun.
Thank you. I think my approach is a lot different than Jim's. I first want to thank Lori for allowing you to vote on whether you want to agendize this. Secondly, I want to say that I'm strangely not an ideologue. I just think district elections are correct, and the question becomes, how do we let the people decide that? So if the process go through, if you force us to get signatures, then we will, and it will get on the ballot. And again, I'm not an ideologue. If the citizens don't want it, then we shouldn't have it. But we've grown from a city of, I think the Cabrillo Theater said we had 3,000 people 50 years ago to, I'm not sure, 68,000 now without districts. So what I'm saying to you is, what I hope you do is do agendize this. I hope you vote to put on the ballot yourself, and that will save us, because one of the things that's going to happen is to become very politicized if we go out and have to get signatures to put it on the ballot. I'm not sure if that helps or hurts the initiative, but it will start the talk and discussion. Again, oddly, just because I know there's some of you here that don't like me, I think you guys are doing a great job. We may not agree on issues. You have the hard job. We can sit here and say what we want. And I appreciate what you do, even if I disagree with you. And I don't know anybody that hates council members. I don't know anybody that thinks they're doing a bad job. And I agree with Chris. I think it is funny. You guys do a great job, even if we disagree with you. Everybody's trying to do the best. We can disagree on policy. That doesn't mean we should dislike each other or have hatred towards each other, and it's kind of unfortunate, I think, that it's come to that in certain cases, particularly with respect to me, because I'm trying to do what I think is best. And I think that part of what happened, especially with the beach parking, is I think we had a monolithic view on the council, and the 6,000 homeowners didn't have a council member, and so this council, and I understand their position, we can disagree on that whole issue, but they were worried about the other 3/4 of the town, that they wouldn't have the money to spend on them, but there was no representation of those people who paid the money. They didn't have a council member to go to, and we got 4-1 and then 5-0 votes because there was no representative up there. Not because you disagree with me, because you did disagree with me. That's fine. That's what you're up there to do, is to disagree with me. That's fine. But I think what I'm saying to you is, I hope council tonight does agendize this. I hope they choose to put it on the ballot themselves, to short-circuit this process, and then let the citizens decide. And if you think it's wrong, I don't know what any of you think on this issue. I haven't talked to any of you. But if you think it's wrong, that this is a better form of government, I happen to like the representative form of government. I'm glad California doesn't get outvoted. We're 10% of the country. We get our representatives. We get our senators. We don't go at large anywhere. The whole process is that we get to elect somebody. We can go talk to Darrell Issa. We can go talk to these people in the state also. Give us a chance to see if that's what we would like in San Clemente, or we'll go out and petition. It's going to happen anyways. Let's expedite, let's work together, and let the politics fall like they do. Like I said, not illogical. Thank you very much.
Okay, anybody got anything else?
Yeah, I had a pretty interesting 2 weeks.
Wait, though. So I'm asking, do we want to agendize this? Because I'm interested in learning more about what would be involved. So.
I'm not interested in it. Not at this time. I think anything we want on it, we can get on our own discretion, as will the residents when they get to sign the petition.
No?
If they sign the petition.
So I had an interesting 2 weeks.
Wait. So no, yes.
I didn't hear anybody ask for a vote or a second, so I'm not commenting on that.
I'm making a motion that we agendize it.
I didn't hear a second, so.
So it fails for lack of a second.
Okay, motion by Donchak. Is there a second? Fails for lack of a second.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
So I had an interesting 2 weeks. I went to Swallows Day this past weekend in San Juan Capistrano, and it was a fantastic event. So thank you, San Juan, for hosting another fantastic Swallows Day.
They do such a good job with that, by the way.
They do.
I'm watching it too. It was amazing.
Yeah. I used the Metrolink app to get there.
All right.
And it actually worked. I'm going to give it a 60% because it was very user-friendly, very easy to use, except under San Clemente, they just put San Clemente. And so 10 minutes before the train came, I thought to myself, wait, is San Clemente North Beach or is San Clemente the pier? And so I had to make a phone call, sit on hold, and wait because there is no delineation. Fortunately, on Swallows Day, they planned ahead like we asked for, and they stopped at both locations. So it was a win-win. But it would have been nice to have that option. There's only a single option of just San Clemente. Other than that, the app was great. I'm going to use it a lot. I love the $3 for station
Because they did that
change.
just for you.
Yeah, and it turned out fantastic. The other thing I had the opportunity to do was go to the hospital rally, which was in opposition to Memorial Care closing their doors May 31st, which is an unfortunate outcome for our community and our surrounding communities. And I hope that future discussions with Memorial Care yield hopefully a open door policy of the hospital until we can get a new suitor into that location, because I think that would be the best outcome for our community. So with that, I'll see you guys in a couple weeks.
Tim, you got anything?
I do. So there's a couple of things coming up. First of all, ACCOC, I chair the Infrastructure and Technology Committee, and ACCOC is doing a series of tours. They used to have an infrastructure conference, and it was great, but it was a single location. Electeds didn't attend. It wasn't that easy. So now what they're doing is a series of tours for elected officials to learn more about the area. I chair the committee. I missed the one which is the Emergency Operations Center that the sheriffs run. Apparently it was very cool, and I missed it. But they've got one coming up at Rancho Mission Viejo tour. And it is going to be from 9:30 to 12:30. And there's a meeting location at Saddleback College Health Sciences, and I think you have to arrive at 8 to register and load the tour bus. And then for ACCO members, for ACCOC members to be able to really understand what's happening on the ranch, and you may get a real insight into, for our council particularly, they're concentrating on South Orange County councils because of how we're going to be affected. So if you'd like more information, I have a flyer for you to participate in that.
I got permission from them to meet them at the entrance of Rancho Mission Viejo instead of going up to Saddleback. It was actually further, it was up in Santa Ana.
No, they
first.
changed that.
They did change it.
They changed it, and the reason why they changed it is because they're going to have a meeting ahead of time to talk about some of the infrastructure challenges with the ranch. And so it could be very relevant for you to attend that part.
We just asked today, so we'll find out about that.
It's the meeting location is Saddleback College Health Sciences in the Ronald Reagan Boardroom. Love the name. And so it's a Mission Viejo. So they were going to make everyone drive up there and come back, and I'm like, that ain't going to fly. I'm not going to make the drive. And then there's a whole series of infrastructure tours following that. On April 29th, they're doing a tour of managed lanes, Bob. And so you can go see how the managed lanes work up there, so you can get an idea of what that looks and feels like. And then on May 19th, they do a tour of the Port of Los Angeles, which apparently is the best of the whole bunch. You get you go on a boat, I guess, and they do all sorts of things, and then they pick one and throw them overboard with cement, shoes on. Anyway, so these are the city infrastructure tours that are coming up. And then there is also a CEP meeting scheduled that is coming up on March 24th. It's from 6 to 9 p.m. And so if you would like more information regarding that, I'm happy to provide that.
Is that an Oceanside?
Yeah. Hold on one second, I'll find out.
It's definitely an Oceanside, but they hadn't posted the agenda.
Okay, I think I have. No, they haven't gone.
That inland building.
Yeah, it's an Oceanside. There's a building they use back in there that's not too far. It's not too bad for us.
I have something quick. The audible warning system down on the beach trail, you may have seen the guys putting the posts in and the fence. It looks like that's going to be activated late April, early May, and they're going to want the mayor to speak at the...
The mayor can't wait.
Yeah, so that's coming, and OCTA will be inviting the FRA, the CPUC, and then our residents that have been involved, and I think we also would want to include Wayne Eggleston because it was something he was involved to.
And don't forget Jim Holloway.
Yeah.
That's going in before they finish the fence?
No, the fence has to be finished, and then the system has to be tested again because it's been ready to go for several months. No, it's going to be turned on before Memorial Day. They're telling me April, but
But the fence project, everything's going to be completed before?
Yeah, the fence is the only missing piece.
Yeah.
So, and as of Monday, what's today? As of yesterday, they're saying April. The weather might slow things down. So that will be an exciting day for San Clemente.
Amen. All right, well, I'd like to remind folks again about the San Clemente Village next Tuesday at the Community Center from 3 to 5 p.m. This is a project that I am really sold on. I think this is going to be a wonderful thing for San Clemente, so I encourage everybody to get behind the San Clemente Village the next Tuesday at the Community Center. I also attended the rally to attempt to save the hospital. Well attended, terrific. Kathy was there and Chris was there. Very nice crowd up there. I want to invite everybody in the community to come out for St. Patrick's Day, except this is not till Saturday. We're delaying it a couple of days, but the Exchange Club is having our annual St. Patrick's Day dinner at the community center from 4 to 8 o'clock, corned beef and cabbage and Irish dancing. So please come out at the community center this coming Saturday. And that's all I got.
Do we need to announce Easter? Is Easter going to come after the next council meeting, the Spring Spectacular? Is that what it's called? Is it politically incorrect to say Easter? No. I hope so.
Not in this town.
Not in this town, that's right. But I think the Spring...
So do we need
This was
our second meeting.
Yeah.
On the website.
It's on the website. Spring Spectacular's coming. It's always a great event. It's on the website, city website. Look it up, www.san-clemente.org.
I'm going to adjourn it.
Oh.
I'd like to adjourn this meeting in memory of Diane Thomas. Diane passed away January the 13th. She met her husband, Bill Thomas, in the 3rd grade. Diane was selfless and tireless when it came to helping others. She served in many volunteer capacities. She was a PTA president, organized many events, and did a lot of fundraising in town. Very active in the League of Women Voters, the American Association of University Women, and the Assistance League of Capistrano Valley. Diane had a very special love for infants, including at-risk and special needs babies, did much to ensure their welfare. I and the entire City Council and City staff extend my sincerest sympathies to Diane's husband, Bill, their 4 sons, and 8 grandchildren. And I move that we adjourn to the next regular City Council meeting to be held on April the 5th, 2016 in the council chambers located 100 Avenida Presidio, San Clemente, California. Closed session items considered at 5 p.m. The regular business meeting will commence at 6 p.m. Motion by Baker, second by Ham. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passed unanimously.